Forget that. That is way, way out of here. Home run derby style into the third deck.
And a late inning comeback.
Walker chops one. Baez going to throw to third. He throws it away. Nimmo will score the go-ahead run.
The Mets, they got a big win. The Cubs, they look to bounce back. It's game 2 of a 4-game set. It's the Mets and the Cubs with all of your enhanced coverage coming up right now on MLB Plus.
Thunderstorms all around the great city of New York, out at Citi Field as well, but they are going away. We are playing baseball. StatCast, and certainly glad to have you with us. MLB Plus is presented by T-Mobile tonight. And Mr. Met and all of us getting together. It's a rematch of last year's NLCS. It's the Cubs. It's the Mets. It's game 2 of a 4-game set last night. You just saw some of those quick pictures in dramatic fashion going to the home team. The crowd was behind it. We're behind you as we provide from our MLB.com studios the great StatCast presentation on this holiday weekend. Hi there, folks. Happy holiday weekend to one and all. We trust you have a great weekend and a safe weekend planned. I'm Darren Sutton. Mike Petrillo on the far end, MLB.com stats analyst. Jim Duquette sitting right next to me, MLB.com analyst, but he has a scout's and a general manager's eye. Well, it was fun. Obviously, we thought we'd have a fun start to this series. The Mets needed this one, certainly. The Cubs are kind of finding their way with their back end of their bullpen. But just an interesting game, and a game in which an error changed it, but it was a big hit before the error that really turned the momentum, Mike.
Yeah, Brandon Nimmo coming up for the Mets. He's had an interesting couple of days. He actually had one of the biggest hits of the night last night, and it wasn't actually a hit that put the Mets in the lead. They were down 3-1. He drove in a run. That put him in within 3-2, but importantly, he actually took second base on the throw. So then the Mets had second and third, still down by 1 run. They ended up taking the lead on the Javi Baez throwing error. Really big play by Brandon Nimmo there.
Now, Familia certainly struggled. The ball game was a final, and it was nervous time all around the entire 9th inning. They'll do it again tonight, and it was not a comfortable time for the manager, for Terry Collins, I would imagine. But a win is a win. You know, when you look at what the Mets and the Cubs have done, they swept last year through that series, but they're 14-26 going back to the year 2010. Here's Terry Collins after the game last night.
Come back against that team. First game of this 11-game homestand. I think it's huge for us. It's got lifted the spirits of everybody in there that they could come back and win a game, which we haven't done in a while. So I think it's a real big win for us.
Duke, what did it mean?
Well, listen, they have been struggling, as you mentioned, and when you look at the start of a homestand, 11-game homestand, and you play the Nationals, the team that you're chasing, then you play the Marlins, who you're also chasing, and then the Nationals again, the Cubs and Marlins Nationals. You know, it's a big series going into the All-Star break. You don't want to lose any more ground to the Nationals. So to get that first one, when it really looked like they weren't going to come back, and the offense is really struggling, a late win like that, they haven't had many of them all year.
So a team, by the way, talking about win expectancy, we talked about that miscue, can actually have a higher win expectancy while trailing. How did that happen?
Well, that was the Nimmo play we just talked about. And even though you're down by a run, when you are the home team and you have guys on second and third, that's actually a position where you're more likely than not to end up taking the lead. It's kind of rare to not score a run there. Obviously, they did. Javi Baez throwing error helped with that a lot. Real tough night for Joel Peralta, who came in and didn't get either of the two guys he faced. You saw how angry John Lackey was about that. But that's how it's possible. It doesn't seem like it makes sense, but it really does if you think about it.
All kinds of fun there. There you see Mr. Nimmo with the championship belt. We'll talk about that just a little bit more. Out at the ballpark, Fernando Perez, he does such a great job. Played with the Rays in the major leagues. Certainly his intelligence and his guidance very important. Anthony DiComo is part of our T-Mobile Greater coverage. He is our T-Mobile Greater coverage reporter. And Madeline Burke is here in-house, though, right next door, and she is managing our social media coverage. She is our social media president tonight. She's been elevated on this holiday weekend. We will make sure it's hashtag MLB Plus. She will make sure you're entertaining. We need to be entertained. Are they getting you going at all to start things?
Oh, yeah. We've got a lot of tweets out there that we're very interested in, and definitely keep engaging in the conversation. Use hashtag MLB Plus, and you could be featured in the broadcast. But to start, like you guys mentioned, Brandon Nimmo had a huge night last night. The rookie got to take home some hardware with this belt. Look at him. He's still got the whipped cream on his forehead from that celebration, which is great. And obviously he was key in the Mets offense, but Yoenis Cespedes really got it started with that dinger that he had. And Cespedes, he hit one so far. We have a tweet there. Look at this. This is where it would have gone if it was still in Shea Stadium. That right there, 440 feet, is the longest home run any Met has hit this season. But Cespedes is not just a home run hitter, he's also a golfer. And today he was out on the links for his charity golf event. And look at that putt. That putt is beautiful. Definitely got some skills there. And hopefully his shoulder holds up for tonight's game, guys.
Yeah, I think that's an easy swing. I think he'll be just fine. I think his shoulder will be all right with that one.
At least he doesn't have the driver.
Right.
I think it might hit the golf ball a little farther than the baseball. What do you think?
I think so. Absolutely, I think
doubt.
so. That was perfect. Nothing to be nervous about. And as we take a look at tonight's pitching matchup, certainly an intriguing one for a lot of reasons. I'll start with you, Duke. When you talk about Jacob deGrom, he threw hard last time out. He's been effective. Hasn't had the run support. I know we'll go into that. But you liken what he has done early in the year to being very important as it goes later.
Yeah, the fastball velocity was down early in the season, and because of that, he had to rely on being able to pitch, get outs with his off speed, the slider, the curveball, and the changeup. That's made him a better pitcher as the season has gone on, especially after his last start. He went 8 innings. He was much more pitch efficient. He's throwing all of his pitches for strikes. The slider he threw almost 30% of the time. So keep an eye on that early on, him being a little bit more aggressive so that he can try to go deeper in this game.
A brief thought on Jason Hamill.
Jason Hamill's off to the best start of his career, 2.58 ERA, really great fastball command, and using his slider a lot more. However, what do we know about Jason Hamill? Every single year he falls kind of off in the second half, 390 career ERA in the first half, over 5 in the second half, and it's already starting. Strikeouts are down each of the 3 months. Home runs, he didn't even give up a single one in April, already 5 in June. So keep an eye on that.
All right, again, we're glad to have you with us. First pitch here in just a minute. But first, what is StatCast? We answer that question.
Several years of research and development were realized in 2014 with the debut of MLB.com's StatCast, the first ever reliable measurement of every play on a baseball field. Pioneered by MLB Advanced Media and debuted with prototypes at the 2014 All-Star Game, League Championship Series, and World Series, StatCast's roots can be traced back roughly a decade earlier to MLBAM's introduction of pitch tracking. Pitch tracking delivered a never-before-seen wealth of detailed information regarding every pitch thrown in the major leagues. Though a bold move at the time, today, pitch tracking technology is ubiquitous throughout broadcast television and baseball's digital products. But despite the data compiled on pitching, never before have there been reliable defensive statistics. The goal with StatCast was to leverage the technology to ensure that defense could be quantified and that a more complete picture of our game be made available to fans. To that end, all 30 ballparks have been outfitted with 2 distinctly different but collaborative technologies to allow for the data capture, optical tracking, and radar tracking. High-definition video camera arrays spaced 15 meters apart to capture stereoscopic video, and a 3D Doppler radar system which captures 2,000 samples per second of the entire baseball field. By marrying the data from each of these systems, it is now possible to scientifically quantify the skills and talents of players on the field using new player performance metrics.
When the lights come on, everybody screaming, lighters in the sky, yeah, everybody singing, every word to every song of the girl that's taking home tonight. When the lights come on, everybody screaming, lighters in the sky, yeah, everybody singing, every word to every song of the girl that's taking home tonight. When the lights come on.
Broken Bow Records, Jason Aldean, always a good way to start off the ball game. And as you can see, Jacob Anthony deGrom has taken the bump. He is ready to roll. MLB Plus is presented by T-Mobile. Last night, and again, it was a StatCast dream with Chris Bryant, explosive, his 22nd home run of the year. And this got things going as we take a look back at our replay.
Yeah, I remember this play. We watched this last night. That ball stayed up a little bit. Max didn't get it down as much as he wanted to. Kind of a higher launch angle. That's why a ball that was hit pretty hard didn't actually go as far as you might think. It was not the highest launch angle home run we saw last night. We'll get into that one a little bit later. But you can see Chris Bryant here tied to top the NL home run leaderboard with Adam Duvall, and Chris Bryant's on base percentage is about 150 points higher than Adam Duvall's. Makes a big difference.
Bryant, of course, in that starting lineup again tonight. He is in the 3 slot. The moving parts that are Joe Maddon's Chicago Cubs continue to move a little bit defensively as Jacob deGrom completes his warm-up tosses. But Ben Zobrist is at the top of the order, the switch hitter, and you can look at the exit velocity on the season for the Chicago Cubs of Chris Bryant. There's where your danger lies. And Anthony Rizzo, whether it's a righty or a lefty, has just rounded himself over the last few years into one of the game's most dangerous power hitters when you take a look at the starting lineup for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, if you look at this lineup, I mean, it's just deep, right? There is no easy spot here. They lose Kyle Schwarber while they bring in Albert Almora. You know, they lose Fowler, and in comes they have Wilson Contreras. They're just an endless fountain of talent that comes through this team, and even the bench is strong. You're right, Anthony Rizzo has evolved into a true superstar. We're going to see him in the All-Star game.
Jacob deGrom, and Jim, you were talking about this, the usage of pitches. They gained more confidence early on in the season, and this is what he uses 2016 season-wide.
And yeah, a lot of four-seamers that he likes to use up in the strike zone. The slider he's been using more than the curve. There are times where he won't throw the curve much at all because he doesn't have the feel. But lately he's had a good curveball and slider, which is kind of rare. But the slider last time was the pitch against the Braves. He was able to get several strikeouts in soft contact. He threw it almost 30% of the time.
Long locks are locked in. Number 48 on the back of that jersey. Happy holiday weekend, one and all, and we are underway as the fastball is fired up and away to the veteran switch hitter, Ben Zobrist. Ben 2 of 5 with a double last night. This month of June has been a little bit human or quiet, if you want to put it that way, as he takes strike one. That's 27 games, on base of 330, which a lot of guys would take that, slugging below 360. Last couple of games have been very good as he's finding it again.
Now, I know we live in Panic City, and Mets fans love to live in Panic City. There's a lot of panic about the entire starting rotation, but Jacob deGrom, even though his velocity is down a little bit, it's been really, really good. His ERA is still excellent. His ERA plus is excellent. Fielding independent pitching is excellent. Velocity's down a little bit. Strikeouts are down a little bit. Nothing to be concerned about. We know that he had a little bit of an injury issue earlier this year. He had a child with some health issues they had to worry about. He pitched a ton of innings last year. He has been a fantastic pitcher. He is the least of their concerns right now.
Tall, lean right-hander blows him away. That's the pitch you were talking about.
That's the four-seamer. He likes to pitch up in the zone. He'll do it a lot, and it's almost like he has a good idea of how to read the hitter and the swing of the hitter, and he'll mix up in the pitches, a lot of them down the zone, but he is not afraid to throw that four-seamer up. It's a hard pitch for hitters to lay off because of that pitch up around the eye level.
He's got those long arms. Extension on that pitch was over 7 feet, right? And so that means that he threw that pitch from about 53.5 feet away from home plate, not 60 feet. And that means that even though it came out of his hand a little over 95, it looked to the hitter like it was almost 97. And when you get it high in your eyes, just like you said, it's unhittable.
Hayward didn't get the start last night as he takes a fastball up above the belt. On the season, 234 on base percentage, 325, slugging below that at 323. Signs of life of late, though. Last 4 games, he's been on base quite a bit as he takes wide. 5 hits and a walk in his last 4 games. And look, when you're expected to do great things, little bumps can take you in the right direction very quickly.
Well, and you see, when the expectation level, because of the contract, it's not unusual to see guys put a little bit of extra pressure on it, even though they tried to take that off of Hayward. You know, they were also signing him for the other things that he does besides swing the bat so well. He's a tremendous defensive player, one of the best, probably the best in right field.
deGrom buries a breaking ball in. Good pitch. 3-1 the count.
The pace of deGrom. He just gets on the mound. He tries to use that quickness to his advantage to get himself into a rhythm. Really, he and the catcher, whoever's been catching him during tonight, on the same page, which is important for him to kind of make sure that he has that early rhythm.
Kelly Johnson, Yoenis Cespedes, and Brandon Nimmo in the outfield. Not very much testing on the arm of Nimmo. He has been scuffling out there defensively, as we'll talk about.
Yeah, made some nice throws, but I think we've only had about 4 or 5 throws of his track. Had a couple of issues in the outfield the last couple nights. We saw it last night against Anthony Rizzo. Something to watch out for tonight.
Mile high, third base side, just outside of that coach's box. Flores puts away the second out, and you can already hear tonight. It's a wet night. Folks are wiping down their seats as they come on in. You can see that. But it's an energetic night. This series is really a lot of fun.
You can see DeGrom is already amped up, right? He's been averaging a little over 93 on his fastball. So over tonight, every single fastball he's thrown has been over 95 miles an hour. Slider's 90-91, and he's got it tonight.
Fastball up in the zone a little bit too. Not as high as it was to Zobrist, but up above the hands of Hayward for the easy pop-up.
I love that high fastball. Pitchers, a lot of them are afraid of doing it. A lot of them have been taught, stay down, get ground balls. It's like the Leo Mazzoni school, right? But there are strikes to be had at the top of the zone if you can command it properly.
Slider dives down and away to Chris Bryant after the fastball was poured in there. 1-1 the count. Chris 279, 369 on base, slugging .564 this year. 22 home runs and 19 doubles. That's a pretty good take right there.
Bryant likes the ball down, and so you do have to be careful. As long as the pitch is down and away, it's not as bad for Bryant. If it's down and in, that's the area where Bryant really likes it.
He put a lot of work this winter into reducing that uppercut swing he had, because if there was any issue with his season last year, it was the strikeouts. He struck out a lot, almost a third of the time. He's cut that down from 30% down to about 22% while increasing power. And it's amazing to think that a guy who was so great last year might have actually found a way to get better.
Tried to elevate one more time. 3-2 the count. So strong, so much leverage. Benefits for a level swing.
Sure, and I think that's an interesting point what Mike mentioned about trying to, and cutting down on your strikeouts. That's not an easy thing to do. It sounds easy to do, and why doesn't he make more contact? But being able to, in theory, pull it off is something else.
Bryant walks for the 37th time this year. This is what you're talking about.
Yeah, strikeout percentage down, and that's great. Home runs per fly ball is up, so he's making more contact and hitting more home runs. He actually talked about launch angle in an article, which I thought was great. He knows the numbers. He knows what they mean. He's actually cut it down a little bit, and I think that goes to show the uppercut isn't there. He's trying to go for more line drives. It's actually worked out really well for him.
From having the bases empty to having runners on base, this man becomes a better hitter in more clutch situations, if you will. He's got a runner out there, Rizzo. 284, 407, 575 this year. He's 1 for 4 with a double and a walk last night. Boom.
There's that high fastball again.
Now we got the drop-down menu working. Good to have you with us. An extension of 6.8, perceived velocity a little bit above.
Yeah, that spin rate is almost exactly league average, and we've talked about that a lot. It's usually not being a good thing. A high spin rate means it'll stay up, a low spin rate means it'll dive. You can get away with the league average spin rate, but you got to be able to place it perfectly. So far, he's been able to hit his spots almost ideally.
You see him pitching up and away, first pitch, up and in, second pitch. He's got a lot of different variables now that he can go to. Likes to go to that slider down. He can try to bury it. Might even go to curveball to the left-hander.
What comes on 0-2? Looking forward to this one. Boy, he has been explosive. Inside as he pulled that fastball. From behind home plate, T-Mobile providing greater coverage of tonight's game with a view of an imposing figure out on the mound.
It's a great angle there to watch the ball. Kind of low three-quarters or three-quarter arm slot makes him very, very deceptive to the hitter. Ball looks like it's coming out of his jersey many times.
He spikes that one into the dirt. The runner moves up into scoring position, and Bryant buried a slider. You can see the extension of 6.9.
Great read by Bryant on that. Might have been going on the pitch. He was there. Goes in standing up. That's originally thought he got a good read on it. That's a heck of a read on a ball in the dirt there, Mike, but he was moving on the pitch.
For a big guy, he's really athletic. I mean, he's got speed, more so than you would think for a guy of his size. And, this entire Cubs lineup, actually, they're really good, smart base runners.
Baby! Somebody is ready to go to work tonight. Jacob deGrom outstanding out of the gate, elevating up above the belt, setting up with hard sliders down, but this has been the money pitch, Duke.
Well, that's it. The fastball up. He set it up by throwing the slider in the dirt. Got his eye level to change. Came back up to the fastball. Got 3 strikes in that area.
And Rizzo hitting this year .361 with runners in scoring position, slugging .699. We're certainly glad you're spending your holiday weekend with all of us. You can just sense the energy, a buzz in the yard. And again, I know the Mets aren't where they want to be. What was it to start the year? Great start, 15-7, then 14-15 in June, in which they were 12-15. Doesn't feel like it tonight.
No, I don't think so. I think you see, momentum is always that night's or tonight's starting pitcher. But when you have a win like that, and then you have DeGrom on the mound, it's a heck of a start. That's an area again he has focused on lately, is being more pitch efficient in that first inning. 2 starts ago, 42 pitches in the first 2 innings. In the last start and tonight, looks like he's a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was going to say, the reason the ballpark feels that way is because they've seen Jacob DeGrom out there throwing 95, 96, and they haven't had to see the lineup yet that's got James Loney hitting 4th, right? And that's really going to be the issue all night. It's not the pitching. Even last night, Matt's kind of held it together. He was impressive. The lineup, it's the lineup. That's really where the entire crux of their problems right now.
All right, I was going to tee you up. Yoenis Cespedes last night. We will StatCast and take a look back, powered by Amazon Web Services.
And just the sound off the bat there. So obviously 110 miles an hour is elite. It's really hard to hit the ball that hard and not have something good happen. But when you combine it with that launch angle, 32 degrees, I mean, that's how that ball gets crushed out there. It's the farthest home run a Mets hit all year. I think it's the only time anybody's hit that part of the ballpark before, outside of the home run derby. An absolute blast. And you can see here, Cespedes is really the one Met who's kind of pulling his weight. You can see the exit velocity is considerably further than anybody else's.
So that's who you build around.
We build around him. You know, it's interesting, too. He has not hit many of his home runs this year on the fastball. It's been mostly breaking stuff, which is a little bit unusual, but he can catch up to that fastball, too. And when he does, you see the damage that's done with it.
Hamill, the fastball he will deal with last time out against Miami, about 92.9 miles an hour, and he threw 53 of those. He was almost exclusively fastball slider against Miami. The right-hander, the veteran, Greenville, South Carolina native, 6'6". And Mike, the pitch efficiency and frequency with which he uses those pitches.
Not too many starting pitchers you see who have the slider as their primary pitch, that you see that more often and not as a secondary pitch. That's kind of a new thing for him over the last couple of years, really, ever since he left Baltimore. Really has worked out very well for him, but like we've said, we've seen this a couple years in a row now, that second half slide. I'm thinking we're already starting to see it, so really important to watch for tonight.
Nimmo in the leadoff spot. In his major league debut, he was hitless. He is hit in the 4 games that have followed as we revisit what Mike is talking about. Again, against Miami last outing, he threw 33 sliders and 53 fastballs, so he did throw more fastballs in that outing specifically. Fastball 92.9 miles an hour on average. It was a well-pitched game, though there wasn't very much support, as Nimmo has that one in on his knuckles and pops it up. Shallow center field. One away.
Hamill's actually having a really weird year because it is a very successful year. He's got his best ERA, but he's got a lower strikeout rate than he's had since he left Baltimore. His walk rate is up. It's not kind of the recipe you would think that would go into success, and so I think that means part of it's luck and part of it's that really outstanding Chicago defense behind him.
Now, Hamill even talked about that. He hasn't felt as good since the 2012 season. That was the best he's ever felt as a pitcher, dominating with his stuff. You saw the strikeouts now. This year, again, like you said, Mike, good results. A little bit more pitch to contact, a little bit better defense, more reliant on the defense.
That one is well struck to right field, just shy of the track. Hauled in out there by Hayward. A couple of quick outs in the inning. So when he's right, Hamill, ground ball, fly ball pitcher.
It's kind of changed. His ground ball percentage this year is his highest, but it's been over the last couple of years. So he's a little bit like Lackey last night, where he's kind of constantly evolving, trying something new. So obviously he didn't follow through with that pitch there, but that's his new game.
See Walker being aggressive there in the count, at least early on, attacking the fastball. And that's what you see a lot with this overall Mets lineup. A lot of free swinging, a lot of early in the pitch outs. That's why a guy like Nimmo is nice for them at the top of the lineup. He generally sees a lot of pitches.
Yoenis Cespedes 1 of 4 with a home run, a pair of strikeouts last night. Pants down low, wide open stance. Out there on the black, thank you very much to start it.
He's been interesting because the scouting report on him is to pitch him on the outside third, off the plate to get him to chase, up in the zone, down the zone, away. He can't handle, but this year he's been hitting it, and it's caused some pitchers some problems.
With just enough movement, right in on his knuckle. Started it belt tied down the middle. It tied him up after that pitch away. Very, very good stuff and a very good way to start things. We thought that last night we had all the best of the Mets and the Cubs, but that's not the case as we step aside for just a moment. The StatCast version of the very best of New York and Chicago. There we go.
That's drilled to deep center field. Lagares way back near the wall, and he makes the leaping catch. He took a home run away from Michael Franco. Took out a piece of the padding along the way.
Malone looking for his first hit of the year.
He drives one, deep left field. Back goes Upton, back near the wall. It's out of here! Bartolo has done it! The impossible has happened! The team vacates the dugout as Bartolo takes the long trot. His first career home run. This is one of the great moments in the history of baseball.
Drives that ball in the air out into deep right center. Hayward is back on it. And did he catch it? What a catch by Hayward.
Unbelievable play. You just got talking about how good the Cubs are defensively. And since he's come into the league, nobody has saved more runs than Jason Hayward. This is just a spectacular play, willing to give up the body.
Soler cranks it deep to left. Way out of here, off the board.
This is a little bit of a hanger. And boy, did Soler ever get into that one. My goodness, this ball is crushed.
And hit the bottom part of the video board in left.
All sorts of highlights. We've talked about how the Cubs are StatCast darlings with the athleticism and the explosiveness with which they go about their business, but there's a ton of explosiveness as DeGrom gets ready to go back to work. Wilson Contreras, Javi Baez, and Addison Russell. Youth and strength against youth and strength this inning.
Well, Jim, we need your opinion because we talked about this last night. Is Miguel Montero out of a job? Has Contreras really come in and take this? Is it too soon to say that, I guess? But Montero's having a really rough year.
It's probably a little too soon, but maybe by tomorrow he might have no more job left. I mean, this is amazing what Contreras has done, but on base all 12 of the games that he's played in at the major league level, and he had a streak at the minor league level of the last 20. So he's had 32 straight games of being on base. And I would never guess that this guy would be hitting fifth in the lineup right now.
And he's played about a tenth as many games behind the plate as Montero has and thrown out as many base runners.
He's no question he's a two-way player. I didn't know how he's going to get at-bats, as many at-bats, and didn't think he'd get as many at-bats, but it's become apparent. Joe's going to play him, even if it means putting him out in the outfield every once in a while.
First base. They've had some interesting decisions because I think La Stella's coming back soon, Soler's coming back soon. And having too much talent is never really a problem.
No.
But they have some decisions to make.
Yeah, some difficult ones. You're right. And again, those become easy. We'll say they're never easy, but they're a lot easier when guys are producing. And that's where Montero is going to end up having to just kind of deal with it.
He's having an incredible year in AAA, but this was expected. Right back through the middle on a backhand. They had him played perfectly, shifted over defensively. Neil Walker. Right into that glove, and a fine play there. Going back to last year, Jacob deGrom, Game 3 of the NLCS in Chicago. He was outstanding with 7 innings with 7 strikeouts.
That outing is one of those where you go on the road, you're never quite sure how a young pitcher is going to pitch, and that was, I thought, a determining factor in the Mets going on to sweeping the Cubs. You don't want to let them up for air. They had beaten them the first 2 games going into Wrigley. I remember the wind blowing out that particular day. Actually, both those days, it was not an easy park to pitch in.
Love this matchup. Javi Baez, aggressive, not quite as aggressive as he was.
Sometimes I don't know if he gets enough credit for that. You remember when he first came up a couple years ago, and he was the most entertaining hitter in baseball to watch, I think, because you knew you were going to see something amazing. He'd either hit the ball 900 feet or he'd corkscrew himself into the ground.
Right.
He's cut his strikeout rate from that year to last year. From last year to this year, he's actually got the same strikeout rate or very close to it as Chris Bryant does. And that's really impressive. It's hard to do for a young guy like that.
There's some aggression as he chases a helmet-high fastball.
Making me look real good. Thanks, Javi.
Yeah, well, part of what he did, too, and it's not easy to do, as you mentioned, Mike, is at the end of the year decided to go get some at-bats in winter ball as well and work on that, and also work on being more versatile in the field, being able to play different positions.
pounds a slider off that foot. Doesn't feel comfortable at all. That's the kind of bat flip you don't like to deal with. By the way, don't forget, you're watching MLB Plus featuring StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services. We love our partnership as well. And they're on board so we can bring this unique way of watching baseball to you. We'll frame it up on MLB Plus and show you all that we're talking about, all that Mike's talking about, on the drop-down menu. Spin rate, extension, you see exit velocity if a ball is hit. Ball 3 as he takes high. Swing and miss percentages, about 44% first year, 33% second year, 27% percentage of swings that miss for Baez. And that one missed. It's just emotion. It's just testosterone, because all the years you've watched hitters, what do you do with that pitch?
Well, it's a hard pitch to lay off. You know, it really does look hittable. We saw some pretty good hitters earlier, and Zobrist and Rizzo swinging that pitch up, and so I can't blame Baez either.
You know what it was? It was set up really nicely, too. Because he had thrown 2 changeups lower in the zone, and then he comes up high with that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And you totally understand why Baez is going to go after that. His eye level's been changed. We saw it last night with Matz. Changeup, fastball high. The sequencing, like the game within the game, it's a perfect setup.
And he starts Addison Russell off with something soft, drops it in there for strike 1. Another hard breaking ball into the dirt it goes. Addison walked 3 times, and in his last 11 games, he's been finding his way on, not necessarily with hits, but he's got 6 walks, he's got 9 hits. Mike was telling us yesterday, folks, that if you wear a Cubs uniform, you have to walk at least once a game.
They have the highest walk percentage in baseball. I mean, they have the highest everything in baseball, so let's not single that out.
On base percentage, it goes along with what you're saying, for sure. He's had 36 walks. It's the second most among National League shortstops. So it's been impressive, not only within the lineup, but when you compare it to, you know, the other top shortstops in the game.
Slightly open stance, wagging that bat. There it is again.
You think he's got a plan?
He's got a plan, and there's a room full of people that are biting on it right now. And why change? Duke mentioned it. It's been Zobrist, it's been Rizzo, it's been Baez, it's been Russell. All have chased chin to cap-bill high fastballs up and out of the zone.
Impressive here. This looks like a 2-seamer. A little bit of extra movement up and in. Again, seeing a steady diet of it until Cubs hitters lay off it. You're going to see a couple more of those up there.
And with that long extension, that ball at your eyes, it's right on you real quick.
It was all set up, too, and that's, I think, the big key. And you mentioned it before very astutely. I think it's the pitch before that makes the pitch that follows so much more effective. The highlights, wherever you see the highlights tonight, will only show the strike 3s, but it's about the soft stuff in the knees and below.
Well, and he went first 2 pitches to the curveball, and we hadn't seen the curveball yet in the game. He was going mostly slider and fastball, so now he throws another wrinkle in there for the hitter to think about, and then he's able to set up that fastball both down and up, and you know, that's good pitching. That's what we talked about earlier, and what I saw early in the season when he didn't have the good fastball, he was pitching and adding and subtracting, and I think it's made him a better pitcher here as the summer's gone on.
Fernando is standing by at the ballpark, and we're glad to have him with us. Fernando Perez, of course, played in the major leagues and provides some astute stuff for us. And we're going to start, Fernando, and thank you, by the way. We're going to start with Ben Zobrist, the evolution of the player. No matter what it is, he finds his way on to first. Some years there have been great power, some years more versatility defensively. The bottom line is he's finding his way at least to first base all the time.
Yeah, that has always been a constant with him. I think, you know, at the beginning of his career when he showed up at Tampa, he was very, very particular about his role as a top-of-the-order guy. If there was any knock on him, I think it was that he was maybe taking a lot of good pitches and not being aggressive enough, just sort of taking pitches for the sake of taking pitches. But later on, you know, when the Rays get competitive, they ditch the green, they ditch the devil, they ditch Chuck Lamar. he sort of comes into his own a little bit. He gets a taste of the utility role defensively, but offensively, you see that he just gets aggressive. He, whether somebody's telling him this or he's just sort of intuiting it on his own, he's realizing, I have a lot of power here. I should cut it loose. Maybe I should swing at the first pitch sometimes. So that has been, Ben's evolution. And now, he's an unpredictable player. And at the plate, that's basically the most terrifying thing that you can do.
Hold that thought. We're going to get back with you. But James Loney did something he doesn't do very often. He just crushed one to right field. It's his 4th home run. And again, for Loney, 106 at-bats with the Mets. Not used to this kind of home run production. There is a slugging percentage that is to be respected for James Loney now. It's going to be up over 460 with that home run.
102 miles an hour up the bat. Sorry, I was going to say, Fernando, that was a really high home run. That was a moonshot, 41 degrees launch angle. It's very similar to the one we saw last night. Sorry, Fernando, continue.
Yeah, go, baby, go.
No, it's okay. It was amazing because I actually saw the ball go over the computer that I'm looking at. James Loney actually has really, really good numbers off of Hamill. That's his 4th home run. I think that he's something like 14 for 42 off of him. Pretty amazing. The Rays let him go, which is it's such a Yankee move, really, to let James Loney go. The Rays don't really do that sort of thing. The Rays ride the contracts that they take. Once again, another home
What are you doing out there? What is going on, Fernando?
I don't know.
That's Asdrubal Cabrera. Well, we've got a former major leaguer on the horn with us. Go ahead and break down what just happened with Asdrubal Cabrera, because that's his 9th home run of the year. We got the former big leaguer. Sir, break it down.
Another home run that I didn't really see because I'm
looking
in the mirror in the computer talking to you guys. Asdrubal Cabrera. I actually was looking for him today in the clubhouse, and he was lifting weights. Evidently, that worked.
It worked in a great way.
A couple fastballs in. Then Hamill has not been able to get inside. That's what Loney and Cabrera have hit over the fence.
I just want to remind you all in the beginning, we talked about Hamill kind of falls apart in the second half. We've seen a lot more home runs. This is exactly what's happening so far.
Yeah, I mean, Hamill's obviously a great pitcher. Interesting that Joe sort of fought to bring him back, He left the Cubs, did his little stint with the Athletics. It wasn't even super successful. And then he comes back. Joe sees something in him. He's had him for a while. Hamill's had an interesting evolution himself. He now has that swagger about him, When he's out there, he just looks like kind of a dangerous guy coming into his own as a big right-handed pitcher. And he is, as the number 3, he's the fulcrum, really, of a successful staff. If you have a good number 3 starter, somebody that you can count on, somebody that you have confidence in, giving them the ball for game 3 in a playoff setup, you're going to be great. Probably an aberration. This guy's having a great year. He's just getting punished for leaving some pitches in some bad spots.
1-2 the count on Kelly Johnson. One more for Fernando Perez, and that's about Jason Hayward, because obviously his defense, a big reason he was given that long-term deal. 2 balls just over his outstretched glove just a moment ago, but I know that's a subject you were wanting to touch on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you look at Jason Hayward, the line of 265 with, an OPS around 775, that doesn't scream 8 years, $185 million. What's interesting about Hayward, I think that he is still a prospect in a sense. I think to give him that amount of money at 25, you're still expecting some development. Now at the plate, what you see with Hayward, he's robotic. He doesn't really look comfortable. He doesn't really exude the confidence that, Cespedes and some of these other guys do. Now, of course, we're nitpicking at that because the numbers aren't there. If he was having a great year, we wouldn't be talking about how his stance looks sort of quirky. But what the metrics would probably say is that the ball's not coming off his bat great. He gets jammed quite a bit. He takes a lot of uncomfortable looking swings. If the Cubs can get this guy going, they are so dangerous. I mean, this is a team that does not really have very, very many weak links. If they could get this guy going, it would be amazing. And it is really the optimal condition, I think, for him to get it together. He's on a team which there's no pressure. This is a team that a new guy does it every day. Javier Baez the other day, he hits a grand slam in extra innings, and it wasn't that weird. It was just like, oh, the Cubs, this is just the type of thing that they do.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thanks for all the home runs. And by the way, a homer almost over your head by Wilmer Flores. We'll talk to you in a bit.
All right. See you guys.
On across the diamond. He took up an inning, but he provided some great offense, some great analysis. That's the time to have a former Major League outfielder on when there's home runs flying over the wall. He had some subjects that he wanted to talk about, but he got a chance to talk about a whole lot more. A good fastball in, buried in. Nice reset by Addison Russell. Getting d'Arnaud on a 6-3 ground out. Johnson struck out, Flores flew out to right, and Travis d'Arnaud with a ground ball out to short. David Wright, and it was good to see him back at the ballpark, obviously for safety reasons with the sensitivity to his neck. We've been told he's sitting in the bullpen some, but he is not in the dugout. And he met with the media today on a variety of subjects, and we had a chance to listen in.
I love the game, and I want to get back to playing this game. But again, I have to stress that this is for me, in my mind, this is beyond something that can be rushed to try to get back on the baseball field. This is something that the sense and urgency for this in the doctor's voice was much greater than the sense of urgency when I talked to him about my back last year. It's the same doctor. I can't wait to get back out there, but the most important thing for me now is my health and trying to get my neck healed, because if I go and do something that I'm not supposed to, we're not talking about baseball, we're talking about something that's going to affect me later in life. So the most important thing now is I stay on the plan, don't even think about or try to look too much forward, and just get this thing healthy and follow the doctor's order.
Timeline. Thank you. And Anthony DiComo is our T-Mobile Greater Coverage reporter, and he joins us out at Citi Field, was part of that gathering today with David Wright. Well, you could sense on social media, Anthony, or articles that you read, the mood seemed a little bit somber. And obviously when you see anyone with a bandage like that, with a procedure, it doesn't look comfortable. What was your takeaway and your experiences with David Wright?
Yeah, it was, I don't want to say shocking, but it was a little jarring to see him like that. It reminded me a little bit, the tone was different, but it reminded me a little bit of last year in San Diego, about a month after he was first diagnosed with spinal stenosis. He came to visit the team, and he just had this look about him, and it was he wouldn't really acknowledge that he would be back that season. It was the first time that everyone kind of took a step back and said, whoa, like this might be a big deal. And it was a similar tone today in that I think he realizes the gravity of what he's going through, and he realizes that coming back this year is probably out of the question, despite the fact that he's fully committed to playing again next year. This is a guy that a lot of people look up to, a lot of people, obviously fans, but also people within the franchise, within the clubhouse. And I think to see him in that state, yeah, it was a little bit jarring.
Hey, Anthony, it's Mike. As we see the tarp is coming out on the field here, I was out at the park earlier today and heard enormous thunderclaps. So this isn't terribly surprising for me. But while we have you, another injury question. Curtis Granderson, how's he doing? Because they've had a short bench for a couple days. Is he going to be the one who goes on the DL when Lagares comes back?
It's certainly possible, and it's a really interesting decision for the Mets to make. This is a team that's kind of famous, or maybe I should say infamous, for letting guys go day to day with injuries that maybe they're not 15-day DL worthy, but they are the types of injuries that can keep you out for the better part of a week, if not longer. We see it time and again with this team. They always err on the side of not placing guys on the DL. So if they do that with Granderson, then they're going to have to make a decision. Is this the time that they DFA Alejandro De Aza, who has not been very productive for them at all, despite drawing a big walk last night? I don't know. It's a matter of what's more valuable to them. Is it those days that you would have of Granderson at the back end of a potential DL stint, or is it roster flexibility now. They're certainly committed to having Juan Lagares back by no later than Sunday, which is a very nice thing for the Mets to have because they've been missing that flexibility that he gives them, double switching late in games, having him come in for defense, starting against left-handed pitchers, so on and so forth. But I think a large part of it's just going to depend on how Curtis Prentice progresses over the next couple of days. They don't seem very willing to play around with this injury because they are wary of losing him for a period of time. So it is going to be an interesting decision over the weekend for the Mets to make.
You know, Anthony, with Lagares coming back, how do they plan on using him? In the same role before he was injured, or could he get a little bit more playing time now that Conforto's in the minors?
Yeah, I think you might see him play a little bit more. A lot of that's going to be up to Brandon Nimmo. What is he going to show over the next couple of weeks? Does he show that he deserves a shot to play every single day out there in left field or right field or even center, wherever it may be? And part of that's going to depend on Juan Lagares. Terry Collins has kind of shown over the past couple of years that while we all know what Lagares can do defensively, he kind of plays as much as he hits. When he's hitting well, and that means right-handers as well as left-handers, he gets a lot more run out there. And when he's struggling and really all he's adding is defensive value, then you see him more in the 8th, 9th innings of games, and you don't see him starting as much. So there's a couple of balls in the air there. There's a couple of factors at play, but I think the biggest one is Brandon Nimmo, and what does he add? Is he deserving of an everyday role out there? Because if he's not, then Lagares is going to play a lot more.
Thank you, my friend. Make sure you get that rain out of there quickly.
I'll do what I can, guys.
Anthony DeComo, our T-Mobile greater coverage ballpark reporter, and the rain is a part of the situation now. Tarp is on the field. Mike and Duke and Darren, and with regard to them checking the radar, seeing when in fact the rain will be going away. Strong storms expected on and off throughout the evening and what could be up until about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And see if it'll swing on by. Mike, what do you think?
Well, let's see. As my amateur meteorology degree comes into play here, I think that looks promising. I think most of the weather has already moved offshore and is moving on up to New England. We'll have some minor spots of rain here. I'm not too worried about this. I think we'll be back on the field in 10 minutes or so.
I will tell you, you are pretty close to being at least right from what the Mets are sending out. Mets are sending out the rainfall lasting approximately 15 to 20 minutes, moderate rain.
So that's good. You have like official information.
I do have official information.
No,
I thought you might have gotten the official information. You were sounding so close to it. But it says storms continue to develop and intensify. Rainfall amounts around 1/4 of an inch are expected, and then lasting approximately that long, 15 to 20 minutes. So that's a relatively short rain delay, if that's in fact the case, and would not affect DeGrom if he were to be sitting out during that period of time. And usually it's anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour.
All right. When they play, we'll play. We'll have some fun with you, so don't go too far. Certainly been enjoying MLB Plus and StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services. This MLB Plus, especially this inning, presented by our good friends with T-Mobile. So we'll be back, and when we do come back, we'll have baseball. We'll be breaking it down like only we can. Well, the weather has cooperated and the rain has gone away. Kudos to the New York Mets grounds crew because they beat this thing. They got out in front of it, and we will play baseball. And I think just the perfect length to make sure that both pitchers can go back out and go to work. I know that was certainly considered with Jacob deGrom. And boy, guys, he was really, really strong to start things. deGrom, electric with that fastball, elevating.
Well, we talked about it pregame to keep an eye on. It's one thing that he has done very well, even when he didn't have his velocity. Now that it's back, he's able to pitch up in the strike zone. 4 strikeouts. All 4 of the strikeouts were up in the strike zone, but it was how he set it up to get to that point that I thought was impressive, too.
Yeah, we saw low breaking stuff, and really, as you said, set up the pitches. Why is it surprising to fans that there was a little bit of a lesser velocity earlier in the year? He pitched a ton of innings last year. He had a health problem. He had a family problem. This is the ground we know and love. High fastballs, 95.8 perceived velocity. He has been outstanding tonight. I'm really glad we get to see more of him.
And the home runs and the support, our StatCast replay, powered by Amazon Web Services. James Loney as Drupal Cabrera.
Loney's been hot lately, been hitting for the home run, as we've seen for the Mets, and took a fastball in the inner third and crushed it to right field. Same thing with Cabrera, taking that Hamill fastball, who, Mike, you said before the game he's been prone for the long ball.
Yeah, it's been a big problem for him. Both of these balls were kind of moonshots, right? High launch angle. Loney's 41-degree launch angle was actually the highest home run of any Met player all season long. And Cabrera's was pretty high, too. 35, it's higher than usual. Our friend Darren Willman, who is our director of baseball research, tweeted this out. Only 8% of similar batted balls, 97 miles an hour at a 35-degree launch angle, are home runs. And look at that. You can zoom in. Most of them are high. They don't go that far. It has to be kind of perfectly placed down the line. It's exactly what Cabrera did.
All right, let's play baseball. We move along, and we're glad you've jumped back on with us. MLB Plus is presented by T-Mobile and greater coverage. And the first pitch from deGrom as he pours that one in there. Back to work we go with the Mets leading it by a score of 2-0. Pitch number 39 for the right-hander, the 28-year-old right-hander. Tight slider has been one of the setup pitches as well as it dives down hard and away. Hamill 9 of 35 with a bat in his hands. He's got a pair of sacrifices and strikes out less than half the time. 15 strikeouts and 35 at bats. This is a different animal at 95. 1-2 the count.
Yeah, that first.
Sorry, careful. Yeah, down and away.
Yeah,
that pitcher.
He's respecting the pitcher, but the first pitch back after the long rain delay, 94-mile-an-hour fastball. So if you're worried about what the layoff did, it might mean he won't go as far into the game as you'd like, but I wouldn't worry about him too much for the next couple innings.
The way that built the new stadium there at Citi Field built, they have mounds underneath. A lot of the new places do, and for sure he was throwing some pitches off of the mound just to stay loose.
2-2 makes him make a play. That's why you mentioned the strikeouts. He rolls it to the right side. Nice job by deGrom getting over there. It was a snuck right past Loney.
deGrom's such a good athlete, and Terry Collins has talked about him being one of the guys to come off the bench and hit. You see him fielding his position really well. That's the one thing, man. When you look at the overall athleticism of deGrom, it really stands out as a pitcher.
That's one of the benefits of starting out as a college shortstop.
Right.
Is that you're used to being that extra fielder.
Said he realized he wouldn't be able to hit pretty quickly in his pro career and had to make the change.
Stetson University, the Hatters, he was a shortstop first 2 years there. Albert Almora, just another one in a long line of explosive athletic fielders with a bat in their hand. Almora, in 21 games in the big leagues this year, 288. Slugging .462. He's got 6 doubles. He's got a homer. He doubled last night with an exit velocity over 100 miles an hour.
He's been real impressive. We saw him do that little, pirouette almost out in center field. He didn't necessarily need to do that, but he has, I think, been known more for his defense and his offense coming up. The defense really played, and he's hit well enough that when Fowler comes back, which should be relatively soon, it'll be interesting to see how that all works out in the outfield.
Got to remember when you talk about Almora at 19 he played in the Arizona Fall League. It worked again. An elevated high fastball chasing up and out of the zone after a slider down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strikeouts, all of them up.
First time in that sequence that he went up in the strike zone. A lot of it was down and away, off the plate. And you mentioned he threw that slider down, changed the eye level up on the fastball again. That seems to be a pretty good little pattern.
And he's been doing it to some of the younger players. And I think you might see this kind of velocity in the minor leagues. You might even see a high fastball in the minor leagues, but no one's going to set you up like that. That's really one of the things that sets apart big league pitchers. It's not just talent. It's obviously talent as well, but it's the fact they can really play with you like that. And I think that's hard for young players to get used to.
You see Darno calling for that pitch up. Sometimes he'll stand up a little bit out of the crouch, but with DeGrom, he really doesn't have to do it. All he has to do is really reach his hand up. DeGrom will almost throw to the mitt.
Spin rate of that pitch, 24-17, jumping up and out of the zone. Extension over 7 feet.
Yeah, that's an above average extension. For fastballs, the average is about 6.1. So he's almost a foot further out in front of the mound, and that just gives the hitter less time to see the baseball, less time to make a decision.
Literally a show-me changeup there. He threw 4 changeups in his outing, so good against Atlanta. That one just to show that he had it, that it fluttered away from Zobrist a moment ago. Goes right back to a good fastball. That one with downward life.
A little two-seamer there. He does a real good job of mixing the four-seam and the two-seam. Most of the time he throws the four-seam up the eye level, which is common. You see that two-seamer with a little late life down and away, especially the left-handers.
Two-seamers and change-ups. He goes back with a fastball right down the middle. Cabrera ranges on across behind the bag, and there's been one base runner. That base runner, a walk to Chris Bryant back in the first inning. That is it. Otherwise, the right-hander, as Duke mentioned, stayed hot by throwing between the time during the rain delay, and he looked plenty fresh.
Yeah, that couldn't have been easier. High fastball, ground outs here. I mean, it's so far, I know it's only been 3 innings, that is the DeGrom we've seen when he was at his best.
You see Cabrera ranging far to his left on the second base side of the bag, and that's one thing that he's been able to do is been ranging far to his left. He's been above average as a defender, a little bit better than a lot of people expected.
Great extension again, 6'8" and 7 feet, over 7 feet on the changeup the pitch before that one, or 2 pitches before. So he's got the height. He stands about 6'4", 6'5", but the extension out there. Remind us again, just if folks are hanging out on a holiday weekend, the importance of extension.
Yeah, extension is you really choose how far the distance between home plate and the mound is. You know, nobody throws at 60 feet 6 inches, as we like to say. Most pitchers are between 5 feet and 7 feet. To get over 7 feet, as DeGrom is, it's a big deal because it makes your fastball play up or play down, as we saw with Joel Peralta last night, who has a very low extension, and that makes it a lot harder for the hitter because it's not really about velocity. It's really about giving the hitter as little time as possible to choose. Fast pitches thrown from close to the plate, it's the best way to do that.
Student body president of social media is Madeline Burke, and she is hashtagging it MLB+. That's what she's looking for, and take it away.
Yes, definitely use the hashtag MLB+ and join the conversation about this Mets-Cubs game tonight. We may use your tweets in the broadcast. And hey, we had a bit of a rain delay, but before that happened, the Mets went back-to-back. You know, hey, the 9th time this season the Mets have gone back-to-back on home runs, and hey, that's how they score. But those home runs, not only were they back-to-back, they also had some high launch angles. James Loney, especially the first of 2, had a 41.8-degree launch angle, the highest for any Mets player this year. That is a fun fact. And hey, looking at this is a great photo right here. This guy right here, you've got Jason Hamill in the SiriusXM studios filling in on a Pearl Jam show. And you know, Pearl Jam is pretty close to home for him, isn't he, guys?
Yeah, I know you know about that.
Well, it really is, you know, and it's a great point, Madeline. You know, he recently was a guest DJ on the Pearl Jam channel on SiriusXM, and, you know, he talked about one of his favorite songs, a lot that reminded him of his dad back when his dad passed away at a very young age, and he got pretty emotional, understandably, you know, being able to, you know, share that moment reminds him of his dad. And, of course, the lead singer for Pearl Jam is around the Cubs a lot, Eddie Vedder. And so I think he's had a chance to talk to him too. So he had a whole mix of music. It was pretty cool. He was more excited about that than he was starting his game tonight.
I don't blame him. Music, it kind of crosses all over. It's always amazing to see athletes and their love of music, and musicians on the flip side with their love of athletics, kind of both on stage, both performers. And when it touches your heart, just to finish your thought, as he puts away DeGrom, losing his dad, William, back in December of 1999, when in fact he was still in high school. So his older brother Bill's been a big part of his life, Jason having to be the man of the home, and so the music a big part of his life. This is a good tilt on this one, the 12-6 diver. Really good pitch to get DeGrom.
Curveball there to Hamill. You don't see DeGrom, who has that background as a hitter in college and really part of his pro life. He doesn't chase much, so pretty good little curveball there to finish him off.
Brandon Nimmo. Rushed that one up there and it stayed high, didn't finish it. Brandon fly to center field back in the first inning, 5 of 21 in the major leagues. First ever first-round pick out of Wyoming.
Nimmo, if he was known for anything in the minors, it was his plate patience. He had an on-base percentage of over 380. The power hadn't quite been there. You know, that looked pretty nice off the bat. Obviously, they didn't get that far. And I think that's what the Mets really need to see is, will that power ever come, or is he just going to be a fourth outfielder with some decent on-base skills?
That's the hard part about the scouting, is being able to figure out that projection, if he can do it. And he's had, you know, some soft contact, as you mentioned. What they like about him, he does make contact, and he does have a good idea of the strike zone. And so those do tend to profile out as a top of the lineup type of hitter, and that's why they have Nimmo in the leadoff spot while Granderson's out.
And for all the talk about his plate discipline in the minors, he's yet to draw a walk in the major leagues. It's actually been a little more aggressive, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but if you're not going to hit home runs, you have to get on base in some other ways.
Almost spins a slider in there into the dirt. 1-0 the count to Neil Walker. Walker flied to right field back in the first inning. He's 1 for 4 in game 1. He's just 6 hits in his last 28 at-bats.
We talked a little bit about Walker's really weird season yesterday. That April was unbelievable. He had 337 on base, which is fine, but 625 slugging, and then in May a 420 slugging, and then coming into today's game a 289 slugging. That's not really going to work so much. The fact that he got off to such a great start kind of helped. The fact that Daniel Murphy had left and was killing the ball in Washington, he still is, but they really need Neil Walker to turn it around.
Yeah, the offense has gone into a funk right around the time that Walker struggled and Conforto struggled. And of course, the injuries to Duda and Wright. It's not anywhere near the same type of offense as it was at the beginning of May, which is when they were clicking on all cylinders.
T-Mobile greater coverage cam from behind home plate as we peer out at a couple of very tall pitchers, 1.64 in DeGrom and 1.66 in Jason Hamill. Extension from both coming right at you, and he spoiled a good curveball there, hitting it foul.
Hamill likes to use the curveball and the slider. Throwing the slider a lot. His last outing in particular was 36%.
He's one of the very rare pitchers, and that's his #1 pitch.
Right.
Most used pitch is the slider. There's just not a lot of guys who do that. I think a lot of guys are worried about what it would do to their arm to throw the slider that often. You can see it. By the way, that looks real weird seeing Bud Norris with the Dodger logo next to him. I just got traded the other day. The slider is one of those pitches. Some pitchers call it a cutter. Some pitchers call it a slider. Kind of it's nomenclature at that point. But it's interesting to see that Jason Hamill very high on the list.
Hamill does something very interesting, and a lot of pitchers will drift mentally. You don't stay in the big leagues if you do, but that final out in the inning, closing out an inning, when the OPS goes down, nobody out, 1 out, 2 outs. Opponent's OPS at 552 with 2 outs, so he sniffs that time back in the dugout. A simple number, but it means a lot for a pitcher. Not that time. Went out and got a fastball right down the middle to Neil Walker, so Walker has himself a base hit. Unable to close the inning that time.
Well, Walker ran a deeper count, which he has not been doing that much. Gets to a 3-2 count and saw it. The fastball. Hamill doesn't like to walk guys and decided to challenge him with nobody on.
We talked about the Mets infield. It's really been struggling for a lot of reasons, injuries and underperformance. The Mets have an infielder we've seen already, Adilson Herrera, who's actually going to be going to the Futures game next week. it's interesting that they haven't really seen fit to call him up because he's performed pretty well, and there's clearly an opportunity. I don't really have a good reason why they just seem very hesitant to give him a shot.
I'll tell you, I asked that question recently to the front office, and the answer was interesting because if you remember last year, they brought him up and they moved Daniel Murphy to third base when Wright was injured, and Herrera didn't do the job. He didn't handle the bat well. And so they were a little reluctant to do the same thing to Todd Walker this year and bring Herrera up, having seen what they had seen last year. And so their hope has been to find a third baseman, and that was the idea, obviously, of moving Flores over there with the hope that Reyes could maybe fill that slot later. Herrera, like you said, though, swinging it really well. And the other thing that kind of I questioned then was, why not play Herrera a little bit at third base in the minor leagues and get him some opportunity? He's only played second base, and I don't think they feel he can handle that position.
Herrera is going to have a 3-year gap between being in the Futures game. He was there in 2013, I believe, for the Pirates before he got traded. And I don't know the answer to this question. I wonder if that's the longest gap between appearing in the Futures game. Once you get there, you should be in the big leagues relatively soon afterwards.
That's a good point. You don't usually see guys. And nor does he, I think. I mean, it's an honor, certainly, to be there. I'm sure he would rather not be there himself and be at the Major League level.
Funny thing's been happening with the intimidation factor and kind of the lone danger zone in the lineup with Cespedes. First pitch strikes. League average pitcher throws about 28% of the time over the last couple of years, and they can't throw first pitch strikes to him. He gets nibbled right out of the gates. It's right about 15, 16% of the first pitch strikes that he sees. And so he jumps ahead just about every single time. He did in this account, too. And now he falls back even at 2-2. Hamill missing with that first pitch away to Cespedes.
Last start for Hamill, 22 swings, 0 swings and misses against righties.
Wow.
Last start. That's pretty amazing number when you think about it and look at it.
He's getting fewer swings and misses this year than he was last year. Still, amazingly enough, misses more bats than league average. Nowhere to pitch away, a belt-high fastball. How often, with damage, does this man use the big part of the ballpark? Or are most of his home runs and most of his power pulled?
He's got power wherever he wants it to be power.
Okay.
But yeah, I think when he really, really gets the distance on it, he has pulled that. That's like to the left center field power alley. I mean, obviously he can go really to right center, wherever, but that's when he gets the distance like we saw last night.
Right.
That's the left field.
That's what had me thinking about that question.
Occasionally, he'll take that pitch, if it's a breaking ball, away and hit it to right field, to right center field. We've seen some occasional home run, which keeps pitchers honest, because the numbers, at least last year, the numbers indicated that was a hole that you could pitch to and get Cespedes out. That's why he was the reverse split guy. You know, lefties he had trouble with, and lefties would throw him down and away, down and away. He has filled that hole to some degree. He's been hitting that outside part of the plate against lefties and specifically against righties more this year.
And probably for the second year in a row, he's going to be the most interesting free agent of the winter. Because unless he gets injured, he's clearly opting out.
He is opting out. There's no question. You're right.
Breaking ball never got there. It stayed high. A couple of runners on, with the Mets already leading it by a score of 2-0. Walked for the 28th time this year. That on base above 390.
It's possible, it's a wet night, maybe that slipped, but Hamill has not looked really sharp tonight. Gave up those 2 home runs, and he's got 2 runners on base here. We know that the Cubs are going to have Adam Warren make his first start this upcoming week against Cincinnati, just as a 6th starter to give everybody a rest. But you kind of wonder, knowing what we know, and I'm sure what they know about Hamill, how long into the second half will they let him go if he starts to struggle again? Now, the fact that they've got an enormous lead in the Central, I think, helps. Has got plenty of cushion to do what they need. But it'll be pretty interesting to see how they play that out.
Hamill talked about that the other day. And, last year he understood second half struggles. Joe Madden would take him out because they were playing for something. They were playing, chasing the Cardinals, and it was about winning. And this winter, he made some adjustments to his routine in the winter, nutritionally and conditions to hope that he wouldn't run into the same second-half issues that he has 3 of the last 4 years.
Yeah, you're right. He literally said that he was trying to use his legs more to pitch than just his arm, try to take some of the strain off of his arm, which is a great idea in theory. I just need to see it happen on the mound.
James Loney with his 14th career hit in his last at-bat against Hamill. He's about a .330 hitter against him. He's got 4 home runs. That home run exit velocity of 102.13 for Loney. And that home run for Loney, that's his 4th as a member of this team, and it's in 107 at-bats. StatCast replay powered by Amazon Web Services.
Look how high that ball is. This is why it only went 352 feet. Yeah, that's not really that far for a home run because he hit it so high that that's where a lot of the distance went, going up and coming right back down.
2 days in a row we have home runs with a launch angle of over 40.
Yeah, that's pretty rare, and I think I think Jacoby Ellsbury has the highest, and it's high 40s, I want to say. You don't see it that often, and if you do, it doesn't go that far.
Well, it's a pretty swing into the left center field gap. That one is down. We've seen him hit it like that for years and years. It kicked around a bit. Hustling on around. Toward the plate comes Cespedes. The Mets score another one. And it's the James Loney show tonight at Citi Field.
Yeah, that is the quintessential James Loney swing, right? A night of really pretty looking swing, a double. You know, I know we saw a home run before, but he's not really a power hitter. When he's right, he's spraying doubles all over the place.
Yep. Well, that's where you see the catcher set up outside. The ball ends up creeping over the inner third. And Loney with that nice little approach, hitting the ball the other way. Like you said, that's what he really likes to do. And easily goes into second base stand.
You make a good point, Jim, when you say the ball is creeping back in, because when Hamill was really going well earlier this season, everybody was talking about fastball at command. He'd put that fastball exactly where he'd want it to be, and we're kind of seeing now he's missing some spots. That pitch was a little off. The one we saw on the walk earlier was over Cespedes' head. He just doesn't look right so far.
Watching him and watching his direction to home, it looks like to me you see him falling off on occasion towards the first base dugout, which is a common thing to happen. And when that happens, generally you see a lot of pitches up in the zone. You don't see the sharpness of the breaking stuff. There's a lot of things that go wrong when that happens.
Like that last one. That was a pitch that was a dangerous pitch. Body spun off. It hovered right over the plate. That's exactly what you're talking about. As Drubal homered back in the second inning, his 9th of the year. With that slugging percentage over 400 for the shortstop. StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. Here's a look back. Got some loft on it too.
Yeah, I mean, it really did. I mean, 96 miles an hour for a home run, it's a little bit below average, right? Obviously, it's a run on the board. That's all Cabrera cares about. But you can see that's why it didn't have a huge amount of distance there, because it wasn't hit all that hard, and it was hit higher than you'd think. Just snuck over there.
Remember, that's an area that the Mets have brought the fences in that area specifically. When they've done that field, moving the fences in 2 separate times, trying to make the field a little more even, we'll say, a little bit more, let's say, neutral, pitcher and hitter neutral. It's been a pitcher's park over the years, but not so much the last couple.
Striking out a little bit more this year at about a 20% rate, up above his career average. Right around league average, though. He's walking a little bit less, but that home run will, he has salved to ease that burden, swinging and missing more this year, too. .45 pitches, and he's trailing at 4-0. Quick snap throw, and Loney slides back very easily.
Not a lot of team speed on this Mets team. Not like they're going to go too far. They do try to get to better leads. You see Loney scamper back into second base, but not very often they go first to third, second to home.
Easy chance on the ground. But a big, big inning for the New York Mets. Chris Coughlin is not in the lineup tonight for the Chicago Cubs, but the Rookie of the Year in 2009 has been such an important piece on and off the last couple of years. Whenever he has found his way back, some of his finest years in the Windy City. Mike had a chance to head over to the ballpark before our broadcast tonight. We're glad he did as part of his conversation with the veteran outfielder.
As far as DeGrom goes, like, what's the one pitch of his that you really would try to attack, or the one pitch you wouldn't want to let him beat you with?
I don't have one of those. You know, I think there's certain guys that you would go, okay, I'm not going to swing at this pitch. And usually that is a plus pitch that's not thrown for a strike. DeGrom throws all his pitches for a strike, so there's not one pitch where I'm like, hey, I don't want this. I'm looking for a pitch out over the plate. It could be a cutter, it could be a changeup, it could be a heater. I'm just going to let my body react to what my eyes see, but I'm hunting the middle of the plate. Because he throws them all for strikes. I think you're just playing a guessing game and putting right back into his hand if you just, try to cancel out certain ones or, only sit on one.
He's a thinking man's player. I know you were excited, and I know you had a lot to talk with him about, many subjects we won't have time to get into, so sneak into those right now.
Yeah, he's been a fascinating guy. We had him on the StatCast podcast a couple months ago, and he's a guy who really got interested in advanced stats once he kind of had some struggles with the Marlins, and he had to look for a job, and ended up with the Cubs, and he really started figuring out that what he'd always valued for his career is not what teams are valuing. They didn't care about batting average. They don't care about RBIs. They care about getting on base, and they care about hitting for power. So he started being more selective in the pitches he saw. He's happy to miss the pitches he knows he can't do anything with rather than just ground out. And it's really helped turn around his career. He struggled when he went to Oakland earlier this year, but the last 2 years, a really valuable piece for the Cubs.
Duke, will there come a time when guys like Coughlin are the norm and not the exception to the norm? In other words, thinking the game through, understanding. Max Scherzer's a guy who's like that, and he's an elite player.
He is. I hope that we get to that point. I think when you see teams like the Cubs, like the Pirates, when they have their statistical data guys that are right in the clubhouse and you're having that discussion and it's drilled down in that fashion, I don't think there's any way that it can't go down, and you can't be thinking about it more often in that regard. So I think it's, we're just kind of scratching the surface in a lot of areas when it comes to, the players getting some of this data. Some like it, some don't. It's a personal thing, but they're going to be, I think, hit over the head with it for lack of a better term, if they're not already. So yeah, I do think that you're going to see more Coughlins around, I think.
I'm glad you brought up the Pirates, because the one thing they do, they have a lot of smart guys working there, but every team has smart guys working in the front office. What they do better than anybody, I think, is effectively communicating that to the players. They have some of their stats guys in the clubhouse and traveling with the team, because they know the players, they don't need to see the reams and reams of paper. They just need what's important distilled in a really easily understandable way, and I think that's been a big part of that franchise's turnaround.
1-2 the count on Hayward. Big, long swing at that fastball as he loops it foul. He popped up to the third baseman back in the first inning. Left-handed hitter with an OPS of 640 against right-handed pitchers for Hayward. So they have been a bugaboo. The one thing he's done well is hits better later in the game. Whatever you want to make of that, it's what he's done in the past. As Mike has told us, with a lot of numbers like that, it doesn't really predict what he will do going forward. But he has been good later in games amongst a struggling season, offensively.
He's been banged up. I wonder how much that's really affected him. We saw him run into the wall, making that amazing catch in San Francisco. He missed a couple of days. He separately had a sore wrist, I believe. That's the kind of thing that's really hard for a hitter to play through.
You see the strikeout to Hayward. This looked like a slider to me down after the ground went with the fastball. That was up in the strike zone, so he's trying to pound him up. Ends up going down in the zone for the strikeout. Again, changing eye levels. It's been a constant theme for him, but one of the only strikeouts, Darren, that we've seen down in the zone.
Right, so here we go. Now we're working our way the second time through, and let's see how often he decides to go the other way. Let's see how often he goes below the knees. He certainly has the stuff to do it as he pours that fastball in there a little bit low. Spin rate of 24.42 on that slider. And that extension, again, it's 6.7. They're all I use my simple theory. Are you over your height? I know you got to do a little better than that, but that's what I see it. They're getting out there. Both these pitchers get extended.
They are. They both have the wingspan, and it's really making a big difference. And all tall pitchers don't do that. Chris Young, the tallest pitcher, he really doesn't do that. He kind of short arms the ball a little bit, so his extension is not what you would think it would be for a guy that tall. But I wanted to ask you, Darren, we have seen DeGrom, we've talked about him setting up the hitter, going high and going low.
Uh-oh, setting that up very nicely. That is gone. Explosive for Bryant. 23 home runs on the year. Can't wait to have the data on that one. It's 4-1. Oh, baby.
107 miles an hour on that. 421 feet. That was a no-doubter off the bat. You could see what a pretty swing that was.
Well, we haven't seen many mistakes by DeGrom. Certainly that one's a fastball, got way too much to the plate. If we see the replay, and
oh boy.
Darno setting up down and away, that's right down the middle.
No doubt about that one. 107 miles an hour at a 30-degree launch angle, which is pretty much perfect for a home run, and that's how that ball goes 420 feet.
Ends up almost belt high.
Yeah, that could not have been placed more perfectly for Chris Bryant to destroy that ball.
Our T-Mobile Greater Coverage Cam peers from the heavens up above. As we take a look at that strike zone for Anthony Rizzo, the pitch was a fastball. Perceived velocity of it was 96.8 that was driven out. Right in the back of that batter's box. Right on that back line.
It's easy to see why he gets hit so often.
A mile high in the center field. And that one was put away.
DeGrom working the outside part of the plate for the first two fastballs, then slider down for a harmless fly ball. And it does look like, as we talked about, working a little more down in the strike zone and down in that area of the plate here this second time through the lineup.
Well, Darren, going back to what I was going to say, we're watching, DeGrom really almost have a bit of a masterpiece in setting up hitters and high and low. You follow youth baseball pretty closely. That's got to be the hardest thing for a pitcher to learn, especially, some 15-year-old who can throw at 90 and all he needs to do is throw it hard and nobody can catch up to it. But really learning how to be a pitcher, that's got to be the toughest part for kids.
No, I would agree. And really it's about being comfortable enough to repeat your mechanics over and over again to where it becomes second nature. And you're able to hit your spot and throw a pitch like DeGrom, who's a right-hander, to a left-hander all the way across in the inner part of the zone, and then be comfortable elevating up and away. And you're exactly right. It's about repeating your mechanics and having good sound mechanics. And when you're 15 and 16, you may be called a prospect, but can you repeat your? I think the prospect label comes with what God gave you at that point, what your arm is.
Right, sheer stuff and the let's say the added velocity that a lot of times you see, and we used to talk about that when we'd sign players. You made your money by how hard you threw, and now the more you're going to make more money by how you command and control those pitches, even if it's a little less velocity. And that's the kind of interesting contrast once you get into pro ball.
Yeah, and even in the minors, that's the danger, I think, when people look at just the top-level stat lines and they say, well, this pitcher had a 5 ERA, he must not really be that good. And what they don't always know is that maybe the organization said, hey, we know your curveball is unhittable. We don't want you to throw it this year. We want you to work on those secondary pitches and get those to be better. And, obviously affects his performance right then and there, but it's not really the point to be successful there. It's to be a better major league pitcher down the line.
Right below the knees, that's strike three. Wilson Contreras goes down on strikes. DeGrom settles in. Sinking fastball, great extension. It looked 97 with the perceived velocity. Extension over 7 feet.
Right at the knees, and that's tough for a young hitter. Really, DeGrom's looked amazing tonight. It's that one bad pitch, and there's no shame in allowing Chris Bryant, of all people, to take the deal.
That two-seamer that starts off the plate, ends up catching the outside corner. It's almost impossible for a hitter to square that thing up.
Cleveland Indians, Toronto Blue Jays. Let's take a look at what's going on with these two teams. So many big moments in this game. And a diving attempt out there in center field. That one is hauled in by Pilar, who has such great range. The game would go on and on and on. Our StatCast replay of that one, powered by Amazon Web Services. over 20 miles an hour. The route efficiency of 95.4. And then the good stuff. Santana leaning on one. Darwin Barney being taken deep for a 17th home run of the season. Darwin Barney giving the Indians a 2-1 lead. And Bauer, who came on and extended himself, bottom of the 19th. Devon Travis, Indians 14th in a row, the longest in club history, the longest in the American League since the A's did it back in 2002. Part of our national headline. Jock Peterson with the shoulder on the disabled list, and Todd Frazier wants to defend that home run derby title. But I know you guys both want to talk about the Indians.
Well, I was actually want to talk about Todd Frazier because he's okay. Listen, he's a Jersey Shore boy. He grew up the next town over from me. I've been following him since he was in Little League, and I actually mean that because he played for the Little League World Series. I like Todd Frazier very much, but when you're hitting about 202 in an incredibly deep class of third baseman in the American League, you're not going to sniff the All-Star game. I don't think we're going to see him defending that home run derby title.
I'll defend the Indians for 1 second, Darren. 14-game win streak, obviously unusual. They've gone through their rotation 3 times now. And they had to take their starter for tomorrow and pitch him into the 19th. So they're going to cost themselves a start for tomorrow. But I'm sure the way they've been going, they'll figure out someone from the minor leagues probably pitch a shutout the way they've been pitching overall. It's been an impressive run right now.
The last time there's been a winning streak longer than that, they made a movie about it. It was the Moneyball A's and their 20-game win streak.
By the way, that's the Darwin Barney, if you're curious.
Not the first infielder to pitch for the Jays of the game, Darwin Barney.
Trevor Bauer went 5 shutout innings. 5 shutout innings and struck out 3, and now he can have a late dinner tonight. He was going to get a good night's rest and make sure he was, but he can go have that steak.
Terry Francona, I'm buying him a bottle of wine, too, to go with that steak.
If it was anybody other than Trevor Bauer, I'd say he can enjoy his unexpected W, but I don't think Trevor Bauer cares about that too much.
No, we're going to have that discussion later. We'll get into that because I think there's something interesting going on there. You're watching MLB Plus featuring StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services. A couple of good breaking balls, one down and in, another one that spins away, gets the veteran Kelly Johnson in a hole. 2-2 the count. He jumped ahead 2-0.
Interesting that he threw his best curveball on a 2-0 count there, Darren. You mentioned it.
'18th game with the Mets for Kelly Johnson. Thanks for coming. Comebacker over the inside corner. Some good dive to that one. Threw it right at his kneecaps, and it gets him.
That is a gorgeous example of a two-seam fastball. Looks like it's going to be inside. The very last second just comes right back over the plate.
And you want a lower spin rate with that pitch, right?
You do if you want it to dive, and that's exactly what it did there. It curved back in, and it went down. And so that's what we say, low spin isn't bad spin. It just means that it dives, and that's generally a good thing.
Nice framing job by Wilson Contreras on that pitch. In case there was any doubt for the umpire that it was off the plate, he's going to make sure he brings it back a little bit.
Kind of a spinning, ugly slider to Flores to start that. Nothing seems like it happens, but the pitcher swallows hard, and he gets it back. He's glad he got it back. And he falls behind 2-0 to Wilmer Flores. We were talking about it earlier, going back to the thought with Contreras. He is a guy that worked really hard in the minor leagues, watched his pitching staff when he could, watched them online to see their tendencies. Really went under the tutelage of whoever would teach him in spring training, and Miguel Montero was really classy about him. Montero had guys that advocated for him. He had his coach and manager and A.J. Hinch who advocated and kind of worked with the catching game. Montero gave the same back to this young man.
Yeah, for the guy who's supposedly their third catcher, I sure see his name in the lineup a lot. Right? David Ross obviously is there for John Lester, but it does seem like they're pushing aside Montero a little bit, and Montero's having the worst year of his career, so it's pretty understandable.
Ross mentioned the interesting aspect of trying to help Contreras control his emotions, not get too excited, but also not take away from the energy that he brings behind the plate. So it's an interesting dynamic. He said, I'm not going to be in his ear every single time. If he wants my advice, I'm here for him. But I love the veterans who are being available for those rookies.
And Miguel Montero's had a really nice run. I mean, if it is to be a time where he is not a frontline catcher anymore, in the end, it took him a long time to get there. He taught himself pretty much how to catch. earned the respect of an organization, taught himself the English language on his own when he came from Venezuela. Not a bad 6 or 7 year run for a catcher who caught as much as anybody besides Yadi Molina every single day. A guy like Kirk Gibson, when he was his manager, boy, he rode him to the finish line just about every night. Darno works behind the plate as well. He knows what those feelings are like. He grounded out to short back in the second inning.
I think we'd see a little better offense out of Darno if he played as many games as Montero did during that stretch. He's been injured quite often. And therefore, you see a lot of inconsistency in his at-bats and his swings and timing issues.
And there's some guessing going on. His percentage of strikeouts looking, nearly half of all of his strikeouts. Not based on aggression, but based on, simply put, and I'm simplifying it, but guessing. Trying to find his way again.
Yeah, he needs to stay in the lineup for more than 10 minutes at a time.
Right.
He just has this endless list of injuries, just on and on and on. And last year, we saw what he can do when he's healthy. Last year, he was really, you look at the second half of the season, and I know everybody says, well, they got Cespedes, and Cespedes was great, and that's true, but that's hardly the only reason the Mets turned around. It's because Darno was hitting well, and Conforto came up, and they even got Johnson and Uribe. It was a real team effort outside of Cespedes, and Darno is a big part of that. They really need that again.
Yeah, last season, 131, weighted runs created plus, 131. I know you're right, gets overlooked.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And then obviously he got hurt again this year, so they really need him to turn it around.
Went on the DL with a right rotator cuff. It's really trying to shut down the running game.
Yeah, look at
That's
this.
an eye chart, right?
This is his career injury history, and that concussion, the third of his career, I don't have 3 different lines for concussions there, but there's just not enough room to show everything that's happened to him. And some of this is a freak injury, you know, he got hit by a pitch, that stuff happens, but I don't think all of this is just accidental. This is on and on and on, and it's really worrisome if you're the Mets. How far into the future can you count on this guy to be your guy?
Next time we show you that, I want you to cover your right eye and read line 9.
Okay.
Cover your left eye and read line 3.
Fortunately for me, I wrote it, so I should be able to remember this.
I mean, that is... He wished it didn't read like that.
Yeah,
it's so much.
And you know, obviously, catchers are prone to injury, and that's fine. You'll get hit by a foul tip. You'll get hit. I think one of the concussions was a bat to the head, and that's unfortunate. That'll happen, but you cannot chalk all that up to fluke injuries. And some guys are just more prone to that.
I'll tell you how I read that eye chart. A lot of free service time.
Base hit left field, spoken like a true general manager. He went down and stayed back. The body leaked forward, but the hand stayed back on that breaking ball, and he hit it hard.
That's the ability to hit like that for Darno. He does have that hit tool in him if he can just stay healthy. And a lot of times when he's swinging the bat well, hit the ball the other way. This, a breaking ball, as you mentioned, peeped out a little bit, but he kept his hands back really nice.
Interesting with regard to that release, extension that time. 5'6".
Short arm that one, didn't he?
He really, really did. He's been up and close to 7 feet, 5'6", and kind of left it hanging out over the plate. Exit velocity of 90, 90.2.
Now his curveball is he's always kind of short armed that as compared to his other pitches, and I think that's probably true for a lot of pitchers, right? But you know, his fastball is usually in the 6'6", 6'7" range. His curveball more of a 6'1". So obviously this was even shorter than that.
DeGrom has to hop out of the way. He was fooled pretty badly with a breaking ball back in the third inning. Breaking ball down, and he struck out. Jacobs got 21 at bats this year. He's got 1 hit. And he's got 7 strikeouts now.
Clearly not swinging the bat as well as he did last year. That was and the Mets hitters as a group are much better than most.
That's a pretty bunt. Did he stay on the bag? He did. And he just stayed on the bag there. Runners move up to second and third, a sacrifice bunt. It was Zobrist, by the way, covering the bag.
Yeah, you're right there. That's an almost perfect bunt, right? Just right down the third base side, and he almost got a hit out of it because it really looked like the throw almost was not on target here.
And Rizzo charging hard, almost got in his way. If you see that, and Hamill bare hands it with a strong throw. I love the footwork there, a little adjustment that Zobrist made without getting run over.
I love this shot. This is probably my favorite angle. That one we just saw there from the right field line. And every time we show it, I'm always waiting for that double right down the line. Haven't gotten lucky yet.
Well, maybe you get it from this man who takes a slider low. Brandon Nimmo, 1-0 the count to Brandon. He's flied to center field twice. Turned the game around last night. All he did was pull his team within a run. Didn't tie it, didn't put them ahead, but you just had a feeling that the momentum had changed. We learned that the win expectancy changed, and even though the Mets were trailing because of the runners that were on, their win expectancy went in their favor.
You mentioned it pregame. The key for him and that particular bat was him getting to second base.
Right.
To get into a position where Joe Madden had to bring the infield in, which is a little unusual at second and third. You don't always see the infield come in like that.
It was a real heads-up play by him.
Uh-oh, Brandon Nimmo, deep right field. Goodbye.
Whoa. That's got to feel good. 442 feet on that. That is, if I remember correctly, Cespedes yesterday we had at 441.
First big league home run for Brandon Nimmo. The Mets lead it 7-1. Big league homer number 1.
Well, another fastball, guys. Hamill has been prone to the long ball, as we've talked about. He's gotten beat on that fastball inner third now for the third time deep, and Nimmo made him pay this time.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'd be okay if we took the next couple innings off and just replayed the part in the beginning where we talked about Hamill was going to give up a lot of home runs because it's sort of done. I'd be fine with that. We could do that.
Save that for negotiations time. That's when you should hold on to that. And I'm not talking about for Hamill. Tries to spin a breaking ball away. Misses to Neil Walker. Home runs, as you mentioned, for Loney, Cabrera, Nimmo, all left-handed bats. Left-handers came in hitting 250, slugging 395. That one smoked into the corner. But that one is put away. Wow. Young man taking Citi Field by storm. Big hit last night. Maybe some that are questioning his ability to play in the outfield. That's all right. He's hitting the ball awfully hard. The best of StatCast. Let's take a look. This has been a fun one so far. All Mets. Here's the best of.
And that ball's hit well. Straight away center. Way back. And Upton will touch them all. Well, how about that? The two leadoff hitters homer here in the first inning. Upton with his 12th of the season, and that ties it at 1.
As soon as that ball hits that bat, that head is down, the extension of the arms, the power from the legs, like a cue ball off a tile floor.
High fly ball to center, and that ball's hit. Upton going back. Back to the wall. Home run. No, he pulled it back. He took it right off the wall. The throw back to first, a double play. Oh, my. Melvin Upton has hit a home run and has now stolen one. That ball was over the wall on the backside, and Upton reaches over, and look at this catch.
Jerry, we're going to throw the star out there. Jesse's on it right now. That was a sensational, maybe the best by a Padre outfielder this entire season. What a play.
Down the left field line. Long run for Ashe and Galvis into foul territory, and Freddie makes a sliding catch. What a play. Oh, man. You want to talk about hand-eye coordination. Freddie Galvis, an outstanding defensive play for the first out here in the 4th. He almost overslid it.
So he did it in such a way, he went into such a smooth slide where that ball wouldn't bounce in the air on him. Very smooth.
Jake DeGrom goes back to work. Brandon Nimmo will in the back of the post again tomorrow. Headlines and tabloids, and it depends what Mr. DeGrom does the rest of the night. Or if something more negative happens in New York sports that could steal those headlines, but The young man, Mr. Nimmo, has been fun. He puts his team on top with his first big league home run, a 3-run homer, and the right-hander goes back to work.
You know, one thing we were going to talk about that we never got to, thankfully, was that DeGrom was just getting no run support from his Mets teammates. Harvey was on that list too. I think 2 of the 5 worst run supports in baseball. I think that stat's going to change just a little bit tonight the way this is going.
Changeup misses in. He just shows him the changeup to Javi Baez. Are we still in an era where that can frustrate a pitcher?
It can, and Terry Collins had a couple of different conversations with DeGrom about it to make sure that he stayed focused on just making his pitches and not worrying about the wins and the losses and the lack of run support, because he sensed that DeGrom was getting a little frustrated. So it's kind of interesting at this point. It's not that anything that we feel like he should be worried about, but still like to have a win if you can pull it together, or at least be able to pitch late in the game. I think that was the other thing he was frustrated about, was he was only able to go 6 innings on many occasions because he wasn't pitch efficient enough.
That I get.
We had to show it anyway, that they were, 2 of the last 5, and I'm guessing that's going to change a little bit. It's been an ongoing problem the entire season, as you said. But when you have someone like Brandon Nimmo comes up and finally puts some juice into the ball there, I mean, that's got to feel great for, obviously, the rookie, but for DeGrom as well. Look at this shot. That was just crushed. And we had that, it was just over 440 feet. Yeah, curtain call. He deserves it.
What great stuff.
Mets fans know that's his first one. He had his first RBI last night, first home run tonight. Pretty nice little series.
What just happened there? Did Javi Baez appeal himself along with everyone else? There you see the distance of that home run, 442. Cespedes and Granderson behind. I think that's what I saw, right? We had 4 people pointing at the first base umpire. Rolls that one out toward third. We'll see if we have a look at that, because that was something like I've never seen. Flores fires it on across to get the energetic Javi Baez. It was almost as if he was admitting that he went around, but he was making sure that he didn't get the call. He pointed along with, so that was fun. Let's see if I saw this right, guys. 3 people.
Yes, I'm right. I didn't swing.
Ever seen that?
I think Adam Jones is the only other one I've seen do it, if I'm not mistaken. It's either Jones, somebody in the American League East, either Jones or Batista. One of those 2 has done that, something similar. Okay, go ahead and ask. Go ahead. I know I didn't go. I'll ask for it.
That's great. Addison Russell. And to close the book, final thought. If, in fact, it's called a strike, you better not argue. You asked for the umpire's help. Addison struck out in the 2nd inning. Mets won a nail-biter last night. It doesn't feel that way. Hey, pretty good change up there. Gets a swing and a miss. He's toying with some stuff now.
That was a real nice pitch, real nice low spin changeup that dove. Addison Russell, by the way, is a really odd reverse splits. He hits righties surprisingly well. He's above average against righties. 422 slugging against lefties, 288 slugging, 252 on base. It's exactly the opposite of what you'd expect.
He went changeup, then fastball in the same location right behind it. And Addison Russell rolls it to the right side.
Differential there, about 7 miles per hour. Changeup comes in, 86. Here's the fastball. You see overpowers him there, 95 miles an hour. So still good fastball velocity here into the 5th.
Hamill hits for himself here.
Again, working him away. Being respectful, I guess, of the hitter. Going another pitch slider down the way. It's what he did his last at bat.
Jason to right field, coming on, leaving his feet, making the play out there. Of course he did. Of course he did. Brandon Nimmo. It wasn't pretty. We'll be the first to admit it. Turned a running catch into a diving catch, but they don't care. They love it at City.
I think Brandon Nimmo heard you talking about him earlier.
Well, he had a beat on it the whole way. It certainly didn't misplay it tonight.
That's a nice play. I mean, he's played center field in the minors. He should be a pretty capable defensive outfielder. Maybe just some growing pains, because that's a really nice play. And you combine that play with that giant home run we just saw, I think the Mets fans just found a new favorite player.
It's a pretty good inning, isn't it?
It's a very good inning.
That was a 95.9 route efficiency. Really? Given that we've seen him in the 70s a couple of times over the last couple of days, that's really impressive.
I've been telling you about his defense.
You certainly have.
Pizzarello. I've been telling you. They love him. The first step probably just came from the momentum and the energy that he has in the ballpark. I think he will be on the back page of the tabloids with all the stuff he has done tonight. It's a Mets kind of night, and they lead it by a score of 7-1. There certainly was rain delay theater to deal with for these players, and obviously that time was past. DeGrom didn't really, you know, you think about maybe shutting him down. They had just enough time to get him back out there, and he's looked just fine.
Made one mistake, right? The home run to Bryant. It's about it. He's been really in command of all of his pitches. Started going to the changeup last inning in addition to the fastball, and maybe gone away from those breaking stuff a little bit. But that's a tendency of that he's done over the season. That second time, getting into the third time, starts to mix up his pitches a little bit.
I was going to say he's looked great. That one mistake, it's also the only hit he's allowed.
Only
he's
hit.
Outstanding.
Anthony DeComo at the ballpark, and Anthony, you're on that same subject as well, our T-Mobile greater coverage reporter, and that's making that decision. How long did it have to go before they sit DeGrom down? Obviously, it wasn't long enough.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that it came up because just earlier this week, Matt Harvey was involved in a rain delay situation, and Trey Collins was asked specifically, and he said, well, with all our pitchers, we look at a 45-minute window, and anything beyond that, probably not going to happen. Well, this one was significantly longer than this. I believe it was 108, the rain delay. But I think part of it's the fact that DeGrom had only thrown 2 innings before that, so it's not like there was a ton of stress on his arm leading into the delay. And then also, you know, at some point you just have to look at the state of the Mets pitching staff, leaning on their bullpen so heavily this week, really taxing their long guys. Logan Verrett had to make a spot start. Sean Gilmartin had to piggyback off that and give them significant innings. They had to call Seth Lugo, who had a 6.5 ERA at AAA, just to give them a warm body down there in the bullpen. It would have really put them in a tough spot for the rest of the week. And remember, the Mets don't have another off day until the All-Star break. They're in the middle of the stretch of about 20 games in a row, I believe it is. So it would have really taxed them if they had to get another 7 innings out of their bullpen tonight. The fact that Jacob DeGrom has been doing this, I think, was more, to be honest with you, a matter of necessity than anything else.
And is it a good-looking shirt? I mean, is the DeGrom shirt a good-looking shirt that they gave away? Are you bringing us all DeGrom shirts?
Yeah, you know what? It's a shame that this is a rainy night at Citi Field because I think it could have been a really awesome crowd otherwise. There were people streaming in here. You can see it right there, right when the gates opened at 5:30 today. You know, some of these shirts, they do this free T-shirt thing every Friday, and some of them are really cool. Like there's a National League Champions one early in the season that was pretty cool. Some of them are a little odd. not what you want to be seen walking around the streets of Manhattan wearing. But the DeGrom one was pretty cool. If you're a fan of Jacob DeGrom, that cartoon hair, it's a cool thing to have.
Anthony, we were talking a lot about the...
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Oh, baby. Hold on, Anthony. Yoenis Cespedes is a big part of what Mike was just about to ask you about. There has been all kinds of run support tonight, so Cespedes will touch them all. 20 home runs in the season. Look forward to the numbers on that. An exit velo, quick return of 110 for Cespedes. And enjoying that trot around the bases, launch angle of 41. Another one over 40.
Yeah, that was a slow trot also, as our producer Chris Carringer is telling me here. What a shot that was by him. And Anthony, that was kind of what the question was going to be. These guys, these Mets pitchers, are just having no luck with run support until tonight. Is this, I mean, I don't know how to say, is it going to change watching these guys hit home runs? But all the Mets seem to do is hit home runs, and that's really where the majority of their runs are coming from. Is that a sustainable model?
Well, look, I think, and I've said this before, I think people look at that and there's this stigma against scoring a huge percentage of your runs via the home run. And the Mets do that. They have led the league basically the entire season wire to wire in that category. I don't think it's as bad a thing as people make it out to be. I think it looks bad when you have a stretch where you're slumping, like the Mets have recently gone through, because they're going to struggle to get on base at that point. And they're certainly going to struggle to manufacture runs because they don't run on the bases. They don't hit and run. They don't steal bags. They don't do any of those things. They don't bunt a lot. And when they do bunt, they're not particularly good at it, at executing it. So when they're not hitting home runs, they're going to look like a bad offense. But when they are hitting home runs, it looks like what you see tonight, just this juggernaut. And is it a sustainable model? Yeah, I think it can be. I think it comes and goes in spurts, but more often than not, the Mets are able to do it. I mean, really, this is who they were all of last August and September when they turned from a mediocre team into the team that ultimately won the pennant and went to the World Series. They were not doing it by stealing bases and hitting home runs. This was the model it was based on. They were hitting home runs and they were pitching really well. So if they can do those things in tandem, they still have a chance to win a lot of games.
Thank you, Anthony.
You got it.
Never fails. The offense picks up when we have someone from the yard chatting about the game. That's just fine. Cespedes with the home run. James Loney just having an amazing night. He has looked really good. He's a triple shy of the cycle now with the night he is having. And he's been really great in his career against Jason Hamill. I mean, we told you about it earlier, but he had 3 more hits to that tally, and including the homers. Guy who doesn't hit a ton of homers. He's 1 in every 11 at-bats against Hamill.
Most home runs by, versus any pitcher for Loney. And there's something about Hamill that Loney has been able to capitalize on, and I've been impressed with the 2 base hits going the other way. The double earlier and the single just there.
You know, Hamill allowed 1 home run in his first 7 starts. He's allowed 4 in the last 3 hours. And when the wheels fall off, they are falling off quickly here because, you know, we've talked about the Mets not necessarily being the most efficient offense in the world, but they've really done a great job taking advantage of a struggling pitcher tonight.
As Drupal Cabrera takes over the outside corner, a man who began his career with the Mariners, signing as a free agent out of Venezuela in 2002. 25 home run season in 2011 with the Cleveland Indians. 5-win player that year. He leans on one. He drives it deep right field. We've got another. You betcha we've got another. It sails out of here.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Jason Hamill may not have it tonight. 105 miles an hour, 373 feet. That's the 5th home run of the night. Like 5 seconds ago, I said he'd done 7 starts while allowing 1 home run. Really great job by the Mets taking advantage of this. And here comes Joe Madden. I'm actually surprised he let him go this long.
Well, there's got to be communication because it's easy to be critical of this decision to allow a pitcher to stand out there and have that happen to him. He hit for himself and followed it up with giving up more runs. He gave up 2 more home runs. But I'm going to say, Duke, that Hamill was in on this discussion.
No, I'm sure he was. You know, I think when you look at it overall, you know, Joe likes to try to extend his starters if he can. And I think Hamill, they've had this discussion from last year into this year. Hamill wants to go a little deeper in the games. And so I think Joe, maybe because they have a little bit more of a lead, said, all right, I'm going to let you go and see how you handle a little bit more rope. And we've seen the last couple of starts not go well for him.
That's the first time he's ever allowed 5 home runs in a game.
You know, just an incredible night for these Mets, an incredible night for Hamill. You mentioned it, and it's the best point, I think, of all, that coming in 87 in the 3rd inning, he allowed 8 total all year long.
Yeah, he just missing his spots tonight. His velocity is not like it's all of a sudden down 3 or 4 miles an hour or anything like that. It's just the command hasn't been there. And when you are a guy who doesn't throw 98 miles an hour, you really have to spot those fastballs. And he really hasn't. And I think that's kind of cascaded down to his other pitches as well. He really just hasn't looked sharp at all tonight.
On May 30th, 2012, at Toronto, he allowed 4 solo home runs to the Toronto Blue Jays in a game. 4 solo home runs. He has allowed 3 about a half dozen times. you've got to go back. You've got to go back to last season. This is the guy who pitched in Colorado and didn't have that happen.
10 runs allowed. It's the most in his career. Most of any Cubs pitcher. The 5 home runs. Most of any Cubs pitcher this year. It's been an absolute disaster for Hamilton on a team that really does not score a lot of runs in the Mets.
On July 14th, 2014 at Houston, he allowed 8 in an outing. He has done that 3 times. That's the highest total before tonight. Spencer Patton goes to work, the 28-year-old right-hander out of SIU Edwardsville, and Illinois native, Kansas City Royal to begin his career. Middle round pick. Fairly hard thrower. Fastball about 92, 93 miles an hour. We'll throw a slider as well and a changeup. And we just hope they can count on him for maybe taking it to the finish line.
And I think that's what the other aspect of it with Joe that you're trying to do, trying to coax one pitcher, maybe 2. You only have to cover likely 8 innings here, so get through 4 more. But I think the last time we saw Patton the other night, he was going in and out of left field into the mound. Joe was using the Travis Wood-Patton platoon left field pitching matchups.
It does seem like half of the Cubs bullpen has made their way through Texas at some point. Jason Grimm was through Texas, and Carl Edwards, I believe, came up through Texas. He's, career 7.02 ERA. ERA is not the best indicator, but you can't really talk your way around that. So he is really a guy here to kind of soak up some innings while they figure out what to do at the back end of that bullpen.
It's one of the areas the Cubs are going to and are looking to improve on is a little bit more bullpen depth. Not that the bullpen has been horrible, the top 3 or 4 guys, but it's the rest of the pen that they've had some struggles in. That might be the only area that they have to improve on.
They're always connected to the big names. Now, Andrew Miller, Aroldis Chapman, obviously they get one of those guys outstanding, but I don't think they really need that guy. You get, say, a Will Smith or, a second-tier above average lefty reliever, and you don't have to give up, a Kyle Schwarber, maybe. I think that's more than enough for them.
Yeah, like you said, a lefty or a righty like Joe Smith, a little different matchup that Joe, whatever it is, Joe's going to want, I'm sure, a guy that can match up like he likes to use his pen. And just one other guy to add to the mix. And if I'm the Cubs, you're right. Everybody, if you're asking for the Chapmans and the Millers, they're asking for Schwarber back in return.
Right.
Certainly with Andrew Miller, the Yankees would be.
Probably more than that. I mean, Schwarber and Contreras or an Ian Happ in the minor leagues or whatever the combination would be, it will cost. And if you can get a guy who is better than what you have for considerably less than that, I think that might be the way to go.
A ton of strikeouts for this right-hander in the minor leagues. I mean, a ton. Nearly 300 innings in the minor leagues and 406 strikeouts. As he misses outside to Kelly Johnson, the veteran Kelly finds his way on.
Yeah, 26 games in AAA this year, 42 strikeouts and 9 walks, 104 ERA. I mean, that's really good for a guy who, a 24th round pick who the Cubs got for the immortal Fernando de la Rosa, which I'm just happy was a name I got to say tonight. But he's one of those guys you really don't know that much about. He's actually been surprisingly efficient in the minors.
That's the one number that stands out. There's been a lot of pedestrian numbers wrapped around it, but you can't overlook a ton of strikeouts. High strikeout rate. Wilmer Flores fly to right. He has walked. He has scored. Has not hit well in his home whites. Has been a much better hitter this year on the road. At 94, that one just beat him that time.
It's been much better this month of June, hitting over 300 at batting average wise. As he's played more, he just did not handle that bench role, which is hard for young players anyway. Moving around, it wasn't ideal for him either, and it really kind of begs the question: when Jose Reyes is ready, what happens to Flores? How do they get him at bats? How do they keep him in the lineup? Can they get him consistent at bats? Because when you bring Reyes back, it's likely he's going to play mostly third base.
I think it's interesting you use the word when, and I think you're probably right. But is there a scenario where they don't bring up Reyes? He's actually was not a very efficient player last year. Has not been off to a good start in the minor leagues. It's a new position. He hasn't really played. He's going to have to show something first, right?
Well, he's going to have to show something in a rehab assignment. Right now, he's at, what, 17 at-bats and maybe 1 hit. I was told this morning they're targeting 30 at-bats in the minor leagues before they bring him up. Let's see, Flores hit that hanging breaking ball on the line for foul. So there is a point where they are going to bring him up and give him a look. He's a minimum salary, low risk type of guy when it comes from the financial side of things. But it is kind of curious. You're going to take a guy who's hitting well in Flores for a guy who's been struggling to find his timing in the minor leagues.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of well-known reasons to maybe be uncertain about having Reyes around. I think everybody knows about, but he also just really hasn't been that great of a player over the last couple of years. In 2013, he had a really nice season. He was okay in 2014. Weighted runs created plus down from 115 to 104, and last year, 310 on base, 80 weighted runs created plus. So kind of the fielding went downhill. I think there's a lot of uncertainty about what he could still bring at this point.
It's definitely his days as a shortstop are behind him. And the offense is kind of debatable at this point. I mean, he did have 24 stolen bases, which is 10 more than the entire Mets team has right now. So if he can provide that type of speed, at least it gives him an option early on to generate some runs without the home run.
Picked on a breaking ball, serves it into right field, and the first out of the inning into the glove of Jason Hayward. Got a slider up out over the plate in this inning. Home run by Yoenis Cespedes. His 20th home run by Asdrubal Cabrera. His 9th. Cabrera, the exit velocity 104.38. The launch angle of nearly 40. I mean, we are up and around. We're hitting some high rainmaker home runs in this last couple of days.
Yeah, and interspersed with some real absolute crushed shots from a huge distance, because the ones that go high don't necessarily go that far. And I think we saw one of the home runs is about 350 feet. We've also seen Nimmo hit the longest home run by any Met of the year, and that's not the name I would have expected on that list.
Speaking of rainmakers, all these homers that are high are making a lot of rain. Yeah, this game's official. I wonder what happens if they roll that tarp out there again.
I don't like that. I don't like the question, really. Yeah.
I don't know if you'll get any debate from Joe Madden right now. It's pitching a little short.
That's right. I mean, think about that.
Do you think he'd be happy to not have to finish out the game? That's interesting.
He might be.
I think the don't ever give up, don't ever give up speech doesn't apply when you're wasting pitchers. Darno beaten by a fastball there. Careful when I say this, but you don't ever want to look like you maybe gave it away in a bat, and in a game when you're way up. Darno, just in the situation, I think he would tell you this is an at bat that I might have given away.
You don't see him giving away many, but when he's struggling, you see swings like that, and not really quite has his timing yet back from that injury.
You just got to find him healthy, as you mentioned, for a long, long time.
And clearly the talent's there, right? We saw last year when he was traded for 2 very, very good starting pitchers.
Rain in the area, light rain falling, and the Mets are having a whale of a time tonight. Cespedes with home run number 20, Asdrubal Cabrera with a 2-run homer. It's a 5 home run night. Well, the New York Mets are taking a look at the situation of the rain in the area. I'm telling you, we're seeing home run derby. We're about a week away, a little bit more than a week away from the home run derby, 10 days to be exact, but we're seeing home run derby. And we're seeing it certainly tonight. MLB Plus is presented by Amazon Web Services, and these are some of your candidates, Story and Harper.
He's writing a new chapter to his story, isn't it? Number 10, tying the rookie record.
See ya! Home run number 400 for Carlos Beltran.
Way back towards the light stanchion and out of here. Over the railroad tracks. Machado with a monster home run. A 4 RBI night. Trumbo is on a tear.
Frazier the green light, and he vaporizes it. Center field and gone.
Here's Big Poppy.
Center field, deep. Watches it goes. 521 home runs.
They just took a look at the radar, Duke, and obviously they will decide what to do with the situation here.
That's not a good sign if you want to see baseball. Give Joe Madden an update of what's going on.
Let's read those lips. What's he saying?
I'd love to hear that conversation right now.
No, I don't want to go play.
There it is, bringing on through.
Well, courtesy of the Weather Channel here, the eastern edge of Long Island, it looks like it's really getting hammered. But fortunately, there is no Major League ballpark out there. Right here, you can kind of see it's just that small little cell. Think they might keep this going for now?
You betcha. No? Yeah, let's play. Here we go. And so the big fella goes back to work. Albert Almora Jr. facing Jacob deGrom. Hard hit into center field. Base hit. I would imagine for a ball hit on the ground, and not a massive overswing, a pretty good exit velocity there.
83rd pitch there for deGrom. First pitch hacking by Almora. And the second base runner, right? He had a walk and a single.
103 off the bat there.
It's a nice, easy swing,
yeah,
too.
That'll do.
Pulls within his top 10. His top 10 exit velocities prior to that, and obviously he's just been up a brief amount of time. 99 and up, his top 10.
I have to say I've been really impressed by Almora. We've done a couple of their games. He's looked outstanding on really both sides of the ball.
And on both sides of the plate, this man has been outstanding. Base hit, left field, Ben Zobrist.
Interestingly there, Zobrist swung from the right side.
Uh-oh.
What's going on here, Duke?
Uh-oh.
Heavy stuff in the area. And the boys are going to get back to work again today. The grounds crew getting to work in tonight and work out.
That's Matt Caesar, by the way, picking up that base hit for Zobrist.
So the right-handed hitting batter was not Zobrist from the right side,
No,
who,
sir.
as we know, is a switch hitter, was a little odd. And now we get Caesar in. Getting Caesar an opportunity.
Caesar had the start last night in this game. Villanova alum.
So what do you have lined up for Rain Delay Theater for us, huh?
Well, I'm going to get my iPod out, and we're going to listen to some good 70s songs, Seals and Croft. We're going to dial it down a notch because we've all got a big weekend, big holiday weekend coming up, you know, some fireworks. So we're going to kind of, you know, ease things back now.
There's only one thing better than a rain delay, and that's a rain delay in a 9-run game.
That's true. Grom's, I think, a little frustrated.
Probably the end of the line for him. That's, you know, this is a quality route efficiency by the Citi Field grounds crew there. I'm impressed by that. I don't know about the speed. Speed was okay, but distance covered, 100%.
Well done. It's hard for me to sit in this comfortable, dry studio and have any breakdown of that. I had a chance to do that recently at JetBlue Park during Perfect Games National Showcase. Went down there to help out to remember what it was like, the college pitcher and the minor league pitcher and me, and it's not easy.
That's a heavy thing.
It's not easy. It looks so light, doesn't it, folks?
Oh, man, it is not light.
It's not light at all. All right, we are going to step aside. You know how it works. When they play, we'll play. And we will continue to break this game down as it should be broken down with these great advanced metrics with the help of our Doppler radar. StatCast-powered show, T-Mobile and Amazon Web Services. This has been a lot of fun tonight. We hope we're back with you. We'd love to be back with you. But for now, we're going to step aside, and we'll see you in a bit. Jim Duquette, Mike Petriello, Darren Sutton, glad to have you back. We resume MLB Plus, presented by T-Mobile. And the rain has come and is gone, and now we return to action with another rain delay with a comfortable lead for the New York Mets. They lead at 10-1. Left-hander Jerry Blevins takes the baseball. He goes to work and fires it in there for a strike. Thanks for hopping back on with us. Presented by StatCast, our advanced metric and Doppler radar. So many unique ways of looking at this game. Join us, tweet to us, and join along. Hashtag MLB Plus. We, at this point, at 10-1, welcome your comments and would love to interact with all of you. Couple of runners on, and base hits by Almora and Caesar, and time to go to work again. That one's juiced to center field. Almora tags and heads to third. Hayward is 0 for 3.
Blevins tough on lefties there, so Hayward put a nice little swing on that.
It's interesting, we come back from another rain delay, a 9-run game. You assume the Mets would have probably been more than happy to take the win and go home. How do you think the Cubs are feeling? Are they happy to get the chance to come back, or were they just kind of like, this isn't our night, we'd almost rather be done with it?
Well, Joe's already taken Zobrist out of the game for
well,
Caesar, so that'll give you a little bit of an idea of what he's looking at. It'll give a couple guys some time off, I'm sure. I think as the game gets a little closer to the end, Terry will do the same thing with someone like Cespedes, get them off their feet.
Blevins, a veteran left-hander, pitched a third of an inning. Scoreless ball, and did so last night. He, in his last 4 outings, has been scored upon a couple of times. That after going 18 outings in a row without giving up a run. Chris has had a good night, walked, and also homered. Changeup never got there. So with the walk and the homer, here's what you have. In his last 5 games, you have 10 hits, 5 home runs. 10 hits, 5 home runs. He had a 3-homer night a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, 19 homers in his last 50 games. I think that'll work. And as we said, and he's cut down his strikeouts. I like seeing a guy who came up and obviously has immense natural talent, but decided he wanted to work on his game to keep improving. And the fact that he was really able to take that and put it into play between year 1 and year 2 for a young player, it's a really difficult thing to do successfully, and he's done that.
You see that back shoulder, that right shoulder doesn't drop as much as it used to. That's where that kind of uppercut type of swing. Now it's interesting. I talked to Theo Epstein about it 2 springs ago. He said we think that can work at the major league level. So it's kind of fascinating to me. He did work on it, kind of leveling those shoulders off a little bit more, just to keep his bat in the strike zone a little longer.
Good fastball over the inside corner, the stuff that Blevins uses. As we take a look in from our T-Mobile greater coverage cam, down that right field line from the corner. You see pitch frequency for Blevins, a ton of sliders. Will actually have a couple of secondary pitches more often than he throws his sinking fastball. That one's over the outside corner. I can say that all I want, but he's poured fastballs in. He's come in on the attack, and he sits him down.
Yeah, I don't think Brian liked those low strikes too much. There's been a lot of research that says the strike zone in baseball has been getting lower and lower over the last couple of years, and you can kind of see it here.
Not that bad of a pitch at the end when you see the replay. Blevins doesn't face many righties. Hasn't this year. And slider a lot of times not a great pitch to a right-handed hitter. Pretty darn good 2-seamer though. Terry Collins finding a spot here in the middle of the lineup. Hayward, okay, he's got to face the righty Bryant, but come back and get Rizzo. 2 lefties here in this spot. We'll see if he Let them, I would think, with a 9-run lead, he'd let them finish out the inning and not go hitter to hitter at this point.
Couple of runners on. You see Cesar Almora, good fastball. We heard and showed you the frequency of secondary stuff, and he's been a man that's decided, I'm going to pour some heat in here and see how it works for me. Rizzo hangs in so nicely against left-handers, and obviously you make a move with regard to lefty on lefty with Rizzo. That's fine. You may touch that batting average, but he does damage, a ton of damage against left-handed pitching. Look at him choke up on the bat, a ton with an 0-2 count. He rolls that to the right side. He's going to make him make a play. The flip. Look at him hustling to the bag, and he just got him. He just got him. Two things. You love that with a slugger, and a polished slugger, an all-star who can hit it into the seats. He choked up a good full hand length, and then he hustled down the line, and he scores 10-1.
Not many guys would be racing the pitcher to the base there. Blevins get there just a hair ahead of him.
Here's a look what you're talking about right here.
Look at that, full speed right out of the box, no question about that. Almost beat him there too.
Well, we have survived the rain. You've survived the rain, and if you've logged back on with us and you've grabbed this game, we're glad you have done it, and we know that we hope you've interacted with all of us as well. Mike and Duke and Sut, glad you're hanging out with us tonight. It's been a fun game. Depends who you're rooting for, but a 5-homer game and fun. Madeline Burke is our president of social media, and hopefully with all this downtime, folks are having time to hop on socially with us.
Definitely. We've got some interesting tweets tonight. And again, use the hashtag MLB+, join the conversation, be a part of it. We could use it in the broadcast. Bobby out there says, hey, Javi does that almost every time he checks his swing. This, of course, referencing the play in which Baez checks his swing and points to the umpire. That's the catcher's job, buddy. But on the other side of things, the Mets have been hitting some serious home runs, and one of them, hey, the Islanders are out here, and Matt Finn, Islanders, caught this home run earlier in the game, so that's kind of a fun little fact right there. New York, a little bit of interesting stuff, and hey, home runs are happening all over the place on the Mets side of things, and I've rewatched that Nimmo home run half a dozen times now, from the crack of the bat to the curtain call. How fun was that, Steven? Nimmo has been awesome to watch these last two games. This rookie is having a good time.
442 feet. It's amazing that we saw Yoenis Cespedes hit the third deck yesterday, and that distance lasted as the team leader for exactly one night until Nimmo topped him.
I love Nimmo as he's rounding third. Big smile on his face, having some fun. He had a lot of fun with his run batted in last night, key part of the game, but that's the one thing that you bring up when you have a young guy like that and he gets off to a pretty decent start. He brings up that little energy that the Mets needed, at least during the stretch while they've been injured.
Trevor Cahill goes to work, and they hope to see how far he can take it. The one-time starting pitcher who has found new life in the bullpen, just a different pitcher with different effect. Really drop throwing any sort of a slider, throws a ton more curveballs, a ton more changeups as well. And throws more strikes. That's the other key. He found himself in a rut in Arizona where the pace of his work was just not appealing. Defenders behind him didn't enjoy it as they should have when he was a younger pitcher. He's got that pace back a little bit out of the bullpen. Body language wasn't as good in Arizona. He's a different guy.
We saw him last night. He was actually pretty impressive. He got through
you bet.
He got through that inning really quickly. As they're making a ton of changes here, Caesar stays in as the left fielder, Bryant to third, Baez to second. As we've talked about endlessly, they've got a ton of versatility. But here's my question. What I'm most interested in for the rest of the game, will we get to see David Ross pitch? Can anything top that?
No.
I say no.
I don't think so.
Right. I want that.
I guess if that excites you.
It does. Absolutely.
All right.
Can we see Travis Wood in left field as well?
Sure. Why not?
Saw it the other night.
You're right about Cahill, though. He's a guy who got DFA'd as a starting pitcher. He pitched on about 6 different professional teams last year from single A, and then the Dodgers cut him from the minors, and he's gone down to the bullpen, and he's thrown harder. That certainly helps. But his platoon advantage is through the roof. He only has to really face righties for the most part now. Obviously not all the time because he's facing Nimmo here, but it used to be about 45% or so when he was starting, and now it's almost 65%. That makes a big difference.
He's throwing harder too. I mean, obviously now with the shorter usage, he can throw harder. He's a very smart man coming out of the San Diego area. Really, really intelligent. Arm angle below that. He's not finishing right now. Arm angle, and you could see him struggle with that in Arizona on occasion. Elbow gets down, sinker gets flat. Just a little higher and he'll find it like that.
Interestingly, he didn't work as a starter. It's worked as a reliever, you know, and I think that's the interesting thing about the Cubs bullpen. You have a couple of those guys who can give you, they're former starters, now move back into the bullpen. Cahill's one, Richards, Adam Warren, Travis Wood.
Nimmo having a heck of a night. Having a heck of a night. Playing great defense out there. Big hit last night. 3-run home run. He got for me an extra velocity on that one. My goodness, they smoked that ball.
Pretty solid. It's going to take a second to come through.
Oh, no, yeah.
I love the fact, though, he's ahead in the count and being aggressive there, right? 3-1 pitch, looking fastball, gets it. Taking him a little longer to develop in the minor leagues because of the fact there's no high school ball out there in Wyoming where he played, where he grew up. Mets took a little chance on him when they drafted him in the first round there.
Yeah, one spot above Jose Fernandez.
Some good ones that have gotten to the big leagues before he did.
'13th pick overall of East High School in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Mike Lansing from Wyoming. Tom Browning from Wyoming. Well, first-round picks from Wyoming before that, man. Nice changeup. He started to throw that a little bit more, too. Neil Singleton scored in the third inning. He's also flied to right a pair of times. Oh, another good one. Has that same downward action, and out of the hand, it must look exactly the same as the sinker.
Walker's June. He's happy that the month changed to July. Hitting 214 in the month. A lot of strikeouts.
Well, you're looking for a sinker from Cahill to strike out there in the month of July. You're looking for a sinker, and all of a sudden he reaches back just as a four-seamer.
Yeah, he's increased his strikeout rate by a lot this year. Last year it was 19%. This year 25%. You know, and pitching out of the bullpen full time certainly helps with that. But he's one of those guys who really was essentially unemployed last year, and the Cubs found him and turned him into a pretty effective reliever.
92 miles an hour up. It's a hard pitch after the changeup at 85, and threw two changeups, came at him with the fastball right after that.
Good-looking curveball. It's called low to Giannis Cespedes, who had quite a trot around the bases after crushing a ball back in the fifth inning. For his 20th home run of the year.
I love that Cahill throws the knuckle curve. You know, you might also call it the spike curve, because a curveball is supposed to spin a lot, and the knuckleball is absolutely not. So it's really interesting to see a pitch that's kind of both of those, and the idea is it's supposed to be a bit of a hybrid, a little less predictable than a straight curveball. And if you can do it right, it's actually a really deadly pitch.
Little roller right off the end of the bat, pick it up fair. He did.
Oh.
And that's an out. Well, it's great hustle. Little things that get overlooked. Wilson Contreras, again, his team down 9. That's a nice heady play. Got Rizzo running hard and then a play like that.
No, I love this. This is a ball that very easily, if he didn't hustle at it, hits the front and moves into foul territory. Cespedes and he actually collide a little bit here.
You know who?
Contreras says, I got that. Get away from that.
Forearm shiver out of the way.
You know who appreciates that? The pitcher appreciates
Yeah.
that.
I believe that.
I mean, that's kind of effort you like to see.
He gets out of there pretty quickly and basically boxes Cespedes out. There's no chance he's getting down the line.
Want to know the count to James Loney. He finds a gap, and he keeps running. And running. He will have hit for the cycle. He's a triple shy. Homered in the second, doubled in the third, singled in the fifth. Good changeup.
Believe he has one triple this year. If we had the clock on him, it would not have been a quick pace, Mike.
I'm going to guess probably not. Foot speed's never really been his strength.
On the ground, to the bag. Cahill cleans things up very nicely. Had a nice play from behind home plate by Wilson Contreras to grab him and out. We've talked about exit velocity, we've talked about route efficiency, but we've talked about launch angle. Close to 40 with regard to home runs the last couple of nights. Let's take it a step further with this explanation.
Launch angle is a measure of the vertical angle of a batted ball, indicating whether the ball was hit on the ground or in the air, and beyond that, to what extremes. A launch angle of 0 degrees would be right back at the pitcher's release point, and that means negative numbers are possible, indicating ground balls. Roughly 10 degrees to 25 degrees are where line drives live, and fly balls are between 25 degrees and 50 degrees. The sweet spot, so to speak, for launch angle is between 25 and 30 degrees. A narrow band straddling line drives and fly balls that accounted for 35% of all Major League home runs in 2015. Similar to exit velocity, launch angle is by itself a very useful tool in identifying the type of batted ball that was hit, but combining the two is vital in truly understanding batted ball distance. Let's show 3 batted balls that were all hit at an identical 100 miles per hour, but with hugely different results. Seattle's Nelson Cruz hit a ball off Houston's Colin McHugh at 100 miles per hour at a 30-degree launch angle, right within the ideal 25 to 30-degree sweet spot. 424 feet later, it was well beyond the left field wall. But while it's definitely possible to hit a home run at 100 miles per hour, it requires the right launch angle. Texas's Mitch Moreland also hits a ball at 100 miles per hour, but at a 50-degree launch angle, right on the border between a fly ball and a pop-up. In the other direction, Philadelphia's Ryan Howard had his own 100-mile-per-hour batted ball, but since it had a launch angle of just 10 degrees, it became a 4-3 groundout.
Launch angle over 40. We've had it a couple of times. Jonas Cespedes with a home run and definitely leaned on one, hit it high. We saw a very high launch angle, the home run by Javi Baez as well. And these Mets fans that have hung around certainly having a good time. There's that bump. There's the play. I love it.
I got this, he says.
Yeah, listen, you got to go get the ball. I don't think Cespedes really had interest in running that one out anyway.
He saved him. Absolutely right. I don't think he had any desire to run down there. He's going to look at the umpire and blame the catcher, but that's tremendous hustle and energy out of Contreras.
Ansel Robles, number 47 on the back of that jersey, goes to work, and he does so with a good, tight slider for strike one, an ERA of 3.29 on the season. MLB Plus presented by T-Mobile as we move into the 7th inning. Wrapped around the plate with that breaking ball. Robles out of the Dominican Republic. He's a 32-year-old, signed with the Mets as a free agent back in August of 2008. Had a real high strikeout rate last year. He can get touched for the long ball on occasion. In 54 innings, gave up 9 home runs last year.
He actually has an identical strikeout rate this year and last year, 28.1%. Hasn't changed at all. But he has been getting hit harder. Exit velocity is up over 2 miles an hour. And it's really about the slider. It's interesting. The slider velocity has dropped by 4 miles an hour from last year. So he throws real hard.
4?
Yeah, 4. 88 to 84. Fastball hasn't really changed. But if you look at the results last year on the slider, 200 average against, 340 slugging. This year, 303 average, 515 slugging. Slider's great when you get some velocity on it, but when it's slower, it's really easy to tell it's not the fastball coming.
There's an 84-mile-an-hour slider right there, and it's rolled foul. So, Duke, for me, when I hear that, it has nothing to do with arm strength. It has everything to do with how he's gripping the baseball and delivery.
Well, yeah, that, and he's been used a lot. When you look at the workload for him, he's been in 2 or more innings, 4 straight outings in 5 of his last 6. He's not really a long guy, but Terry's been forced to use him in some cases in multiple innings.
Pretty piece of hitting, well played in right field, though. And Contreras, we saw he and Cespedes a moment ago. Contreras hustles all the way around, his 3rd big league double to go along with 3 major league home runs.
See him take that fastball down the right field line. I'm not sure he was trying to hit it right down the line, but he's certainly trying to take an outside pitch and go the other way. Fights it up. How about this nice little streak he's got in all 13 major league games he's been on base.
This is a man who wants to stay in the big leagues, and he's making a real good argument for it.
Shouldn't take too much arm twist in there for Joe to keep him in the lineup, the way he's been playing, the way he's been running.
Anthony DeComo is out at the ballpark, our T-Mobile Greater Coverage reporter, and trying to get guys healthy. I know Jim Henderson pitched today. That right bicep tendonitis that had him on the DL a couple of weeks back. There's a lot to report from those that are working their way back. Anthony, what do you have for us?
Who would be on the Mets roster actually played for the B-Mets. There was obviously Jose Reyes, who played in both halves of it. He DH'd one half and played third base in another, and was 2 for 6 with a couple of runs scored. So you can see the results starting to trickle in for Jose Reyes, and both he and the Mets have been pretty adamant about the fact that he's not going to rush back here just because he wants to be back and the Mets want him back. Both parties want to make sure he is ready. And I think he's certainly from the results, and it's hard to draw too many conclusions from just results, but he is starting to hit a little bit. He seems, from all the reports, pretty comfortable defensively at third base, and now he just needs to get a few more reps. The Mets want to see him play back-to-back 9-inning games at third base before they'll call him up. But I think you're probably looking at the middle of next week for Jose Reyes. Yeah, you mentioned Henderson. Had a rough go of it tonight, didn't he? Started actually the second game of the doubleheader and didn't make it out of the first inning. Gave up 3 runs, and obviously that was supposed to be a short stint for Jim Henderson. But look, it's a shoulder injury for a guy who's had 2 shoulder surgeries in his career. That's dangerous in any context, and it might take a while for Jim Henderson to get straightened out and become part of this bullpen again. Certainly they could use him because they've had their scuffles in recent weeks. But that is something to keep an eye on. Does that shoulder flare up for Jim Henderson down in Binghamton? Is it coming? Is he being able to bounce back? Then the third guy was Juan Lagares, who I think we will see no later than Sunday. The Mets want him in the lineup here at Citi Field Sunday against John Lester. He went 2 for 4 in a rehab game, and he's working back from that partially torn ligament in his thumb, in his glove hand, and it's. We've talked about pain management for some of these pitchers. It's kind of the same thing with Juan Lagares. It's going to be a pain management thing for him with this ligament. Probably going to have surgery on it at some point, but the Mets want to see if he can play out the season, knowing the worst that happens is he rips it the rest of the way, and he's going to have surgery anyways. So Juan Lagares will be back soon. The Mets could certainly use his glove, if not also his bat in the lineup.
Slider too much for Javi Baez, and he goes down on strikes. Anthony DeComo joining us, our T-Mobile Greater Coverage reporter.
Hey, Anthony, any word on the velocity type of stuff from Henderson? We know you go on minor league rehab assignments, sometimes the results aren't as good from pitching side of things, but one of the indicators that he's healthy, if we saw that velocity somewhere 93, 94 like we saw in the major leagues. Did you get any report on that?
Yeah, this is his first outing, Jim, and I actually haven't talked to anyone yet. I haven't had a chance to see what that velocity is, but it's a really good point because shoulders in particular, and we've seen it even in the big leagues this year, from Jim Henderson. He had trouble sometimes bouncing back, and it was very, very visible in his velocity. You could tell when he was getting worn down, and it was a big thing early for the Mets that they weren't going to use him on back-to-back nights. Early in April, they used him a lot, and there was that one day at Citi Field, I forget the exact date, but it was a game that Terry Collins said afterward we had to win, and Jim Henderson was the pitcher who kind of took the brunt of it, and he was out there with just zero stuff, zero velocity, and wound up being fine. You wonder if that played into what eventually happened to him. But my point is, with a guy like Jim Henderson, who has this very long shoulder history, I think you're absolutely right. Velocity is huge, and that ability to bounce back and have it on back-to-back nights is huge, and I think the Mets are going to need to see that before they're willing to call him back up, end this rehab assignment, and get him back to the majors.
Tris Familia was fun to watch last night because he created an adventure for himself. He's been perfect in saves, but he hasn't been perfect in how he gets to those saves. Nobody really is if you're going to be perfect in saves. Behind the scenes, he acted like he had won a postseason game. What was your view from behind the scenes and how Familia and his impact in that bullpen? It was fun to watch him last night.
Yeah, I saw the same thing you guys saw. And look, I don't think Jeurys Familia gets enough credit as closer of this team. I feel like people act like he's walking a tightrope all the time, and some nights he is, but every closer is some nights.
Yep.
The fact of the matter is, this guy has some of the best stuff in the game of any pitcher. Closer, starter, whatever. He's one of the best, and he has certainly earned the right to have a little bit of rope in terms of trust, both from his team and from fans. He, like you see it right there, he has the velocity to get out of jams. Last year it was the splitter that was working for him. This year he's turned more to his breaking ball. He's got that wipeout slider when he needs it. Last night, really, he was just blowing it by people with the sinker, which always has been and always will be his bread and butter. But perfect in save chances this year, 27 for 27. Going back to last year, I don't even know what the number is right now. It's 40-something consecutive regular season saves, and every time I tweet that out, everyone's like, yeah, but the World Series, blah, blah, blah. And that's true. That's true. He blew 3 saves in the World Series, and we can argue over how many of those and how much of those were his faults, because certainly there were some significant defensive lapses behind him. But the thought that this guy is anything less than a complete lockdown closer baffles me, because he's one of the best in the game, in my opinion.
Thank you, Anthony.
You got it. Anytime.
Our T-Mobile Greater Coverage reporter, Anthony DiComo. Trevor Cahill is on with the walk. And I'll tell you this right now. Please take this for what it's worth. Pass balls in the inning, costing a run, extra hustle by Contreras. Contreras moving a trotting, almost walking base runner out of the way. Right now, the crisper game is being played by the Cubs.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, and it looks worse when you see Robles, who's pitching, fairly well, walk the pitcher in a 10-2 game. Just one of those where you wonder about the focus at this point, unfortunately for him.
I might almost say it's inexcusable to walk the pitcher in a 10-2 game. Throw strikes. If he happens to get around on it and he beats you, so be it. But Robles has been throwing 97 mile an hour. He just throws strikes. It's the pitcher batting. You're up by 8 runs.
Cahill wanted no part of swinging the bat against it either.
Dials him back in with a couple of sliders, 0-2 the count. I'm sure the embarrassment factor had him focused. This is who he's been this year.
Yeah, I mean, and that four-seam fastball, it's an effective pitch. He throws it 95, 96, 97, and he's actually been really effective with it. Only 185 against last year, 217 against. It's that slider that's really been the issue for him so far.
See if they can find that focus enough to get them back in the dugout. You bet. Good fastball, blew away Almora. Slider, fastball, good night. After walking the pitcher, in this case, Trevor Cahill, but Contreras hustling, moves up on a passed ball and then scores on a sac fly. Robles ticked off with himself. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all, and this is how it ended after back-to-back sliders, an angry fastball, realizing that maybe he did. He's a human being. It happens. He did lose focus just a bit in that inning. Included in that a pass ball, and a key one as well. MLB Plus presenting Fastcast as we take a look at what else is going on around the big league, Cleveland and Toronto. What a wild one. 19-inning battle. Carlos Santana. Darwin Barney was pitching his 17th home run of the year. 1-1 tie. Indians 2-1 lead. 14 wins in a row, longest in club history. Cincy at Washington, 2-1, 6th inning. Daniel Murphy, RBI double to right. Anthony DeSclafani to tie the game. Walked off in the 14th with a Ben Revere RBI double to win it by a score of 3-2. Milwaukee, St. Louis, 1-1. Brewers, Cardinals, Yachty, RBI single against Garza. Put the Cardinals up 2-1. 5 runs in the 4th. They will go on to roll 7-1. Miami, Atlanta. Leading the Braves 5-4 in the 9th, Tyler Flowers. Game-tying home run, A.J. Ramos. 6th home run of the year. They're tied and they're playing extras. They're still rolling on. The White Sox at Houston. Astros leading the Sox 1-0 in the 7th. Carlos Gomez, exit velocity king as well. Michael Gonzalez deep for his 4th of the season. Astros 3-0 lead. They go on to win it 5-0. They are right back in the discussion, playing outstanding baseball. A.J. Hinch and the Houston Astros. So that's a quick jog around the big leagues. 14 consecutive wins for the Cleveland Indians. Am I right there, Carlos Gomez? He's an exit velocity guy, right?
He has been. He has been, except that his first part of the season seems like he's maybe still playing through the injury that kind of scotched that whole deal last summer with the Mets. When he's right, he's one of the most talented players in baseball, but he's been playing through a lot of pain. The last couple weeks, he's been red hot.
Well, away we go. 10-2 now is the score. MLB Plus presented by T-Mobile. Asdrubal Cabrera's homer twice. Two homer games for Asdrubal Cabrera, I would imagine, in his career. And he's had some big home run seasons, there's no doubt about that. As he takes a strike from Trevor Cahill.
I know when the Mets signed Cabrera, it wasn't exactly an exciting signing, but he's given them exactly what they expected. Pretty good defense, not a ton of range, but he'll catch what comes to him. And he's hitting basically exactly like his career average. He's been a league average hitter almost every year of his career. He's had one pretty good year, one pretty poor year. Otherwise average, and I know average doesn't sound impressive. Average is not a bad thing. If you look at the Mets last year, the problem was they had half the lineup who was far below average. Just to have an average hitter at shortstop, that's a pretty good player.
Good sink on that changeup, diving down and away. Cabrera fouling that one off. It's the 4th time in his career that he has had 2 home runs in a game. He's never had 3. He did it last against Oakland. Back on May 6th of 2013 did Cabrera. Oh, dandy curveball, down he goes. Straight down, 12-6 on the clock. Fabulous pitch there.
Looks like he pulled a little bit of velocity off of that one too. Good arm action, but you see that downer, and contrast that to the changeup at 85. I'm going to say it was what? I guess they have it at 81 as the velocity. It looked even slower to me.
Yeah, there's that high spin knuckle curve, and that's a really good pitch. Really good control it.
Very low spin rate on that sinker. And again, another one into center field. It's a base hit.
There's the umpire there, right?
Second base umpire's in the way.
I'm almost surprised if we don't see a manager come out and complain about that, because there was a play to be made on that ball.
Here's a changeup. And look at
it, it's right in his way.
Right in the way. I think if the second baseman actually dove for that, he would have dove into it. But Kelly Johnson will take a hit.
You bet he'll take a hit. He struck out a couple times. He's walked and now single.
Almost took him right on out.
Got away with the hanging breaking ball that time. Mets lead at 10-2. Nimmo is homered. Cespedes is homered. Loney is homered. Cabrera is homered twice. Into right field. That one is put away by Hayward. Flores, the second out of the inning. He has walked. Otherwise, he is 0 for 3, Flores. 0 for 7 in this series with that walk. Here's Travis d'Arnaud.
d'Arnaud's starting to heat up. He's had a hit tonight, but coming into the game, 7 for his last 18. So it's exactly what the Mets need. They've been the least productive behind home plate in the National League. And when you look at it on the surface, as the Mets get closer to the trade deadline, one of the areas they could improve is at behind the plate catcher. Milwaukee certainly has one with Jonathan Lucroy. But it would have to be at the expense of d'Arnaud, and certainly more expensive. So it's kind of an interesting decision that the Mets front office has to decide.
I mean, they're definitely going to make some kind of move to bring in a bat, but it's just not possible to fill all those holes externally. They have so many spots where they really need the guys they have to step up, and I think d'Arnaud is tops among that list.
Exactly right. Cabrera, they need him to hit more like you've seen. Walker to get back on track. Granderson's the other guy that stands out since he's been out with the injury. They need him to get himself back on track.
They need last year's version of Conforto. That's really what they need.
It's a big piece that they were planning on when you build this lineup. He had the components that you're looking for in trying to build a lineup, and that's something that has been a frustrating aspect from the front office side of things, that this lineup has not produced the way they expected it.
And he started out this year pretty well. First 6 weeks or so, he was hitting more or less like he had last year. And you thought, well, great. This is the guy we're going to have here for the next 10 years. And he hurt the wrist, and it never felt like Collins trusted him against lefties. They never really gave him much of a chance, and went kind of straight downhill from there.
Interesting changeup a couple of pitches ago with a spin rate of below 1,300. And it was a really, really good one. There's another one, hit on the ground, middle of the diamond, ranging behind the bag. A nice, easy flip, and in time for the out to end the inning. Cahill's been good. He has come on. He has restored order. They played with heart and hustle, though. It is the Mets' night, trailing it by a score of 10-2. MLB Plus, we asked the question, what is StatCast? Here's the answer.
Several years of research and development were realized in 2014 with the debut of MLB.com StatCast, the first ever reliable measurement of every play on a baseball field. Pioneered by MLB Advanced Media and debuted with prototypes at the 2014 All-Star Game, League Championship Series, and World Series, StatCast's roots can be traced back roughly a decade earlier to MLBAM's introduction of pitch tracking. Pitch tracking delivered a never-before-seen wealth of detailed information regarding every pitch thrown in the major leagues. Though a bold move at the time, today, pitch tracking technology is ubiquitous throughout broadcast television and baseball's digital products. But despite the data compiled on pitching, never before have there been reliable defensive statistics. The goal with StatCast was to leverage the technology to ensure that defense could be quantified and that a more complete picture of our game be made available to fans. To that end, all 30 ballparks have been outfitted with 2 distinctly different but collaborative technologies to allow for the data capture, optical tracking, and radar tracking. High-definition video camera arrays spaced 15 meters apart to capture stereoscopic video, and a 3D Doppler radar system which captures 2,000 samples per second of the entire baseball field. By marrying the data from each of these systems, it is now possible to scientifically quantify the skills and talents of players on the field using new player performance metrics.
It's a Mets kind of night. MLB Plus is powered by Amazon Web Services. We bring you our StatCast version of this broadcast of a dominating night between these two teams. Fernando Perez is at Citi Field, and Fernando has, as a player, been a part of many rain delays, and this one not epically long, certainly, but long enough. And decisions, Fernando, to be made with pitchers, decisions to be made with what do you eat if you know that you're not going to go back into the game, all sorts of activities going on with major league players while that rain comes down.
Absolutely. Baseball is a stop-and-go sport, and you just try to maintain your transmission. You just try to survive. So you really, if you are tight, you try to get loose. You really, I think players, you feel injuries and things coming on. If you feel that hamstring starting to get tight, try to maintain that. Baseball players are obviously creatures of habit. A lot of times that doesn't necessarily help their case, and I think that it's a little bit of a crutch. But in this case, you just want your body to feel as regular as possible. So you do whatever you need to do. If you need a sandwich, you have a sandwich. If you need to text your mom, you text your mom. You just do whatever you got to do.
Seth Lugo is on. He goes to work for the New York Mets out of the bullpen and retires the first batter that he faces. So we've had some fun tonight, obviously, watching a young man find his way in the big leagues. A first-round pick, maybe a questionable first-round pick at the time, but Brandon Nimmo is homered. He had a huge hit last night. He played a very fine right field, made a couple of nice defensive plays after struggling. What are your thoughts on Mr. Nimmo?
Well, Nimmo, the Cubs have several Nimmos, and the Mets right now, they only have one. So as lovely as it is to see him having such a great time, I mean, I watched his post game yesterday. I got goosebumps. I was so happy for him. But, if I'm Terry Collins or I'm the management, I say, I'm so happy you're having a great time, but we really, really need you. So this could be a situation where hopefully Conforto is in AAA watching this happening, thinking, I need to get back there. If the Mets are going to have any chance at a real run, they're going to need it. They're going to really, really need him. But what I really loved is after the home run, he had a great at bat. One of the greatest, measures of maturity is after a huge home run, you come up in your next at bat and you have a simple approach right up the middle and you get a single. That shows tons and tons of maturity. So it's a really, really great sign.
Fernando, he hit his first major league home run tonight. After you hit your first major league home run, could you go back out in the field and concentrate, or were you just so amped up and distracted at what you just done?
Yeah, I'm like happy even talking about it now. I couldn't concentrate really at all. Just the kid has, you could probably stand next to him and catch some of his adrenaline. Adrenaline, obviously, when you're making your debut, it can take you two ways. It can sort of pull you apart, or you can use it and it can propel you. So hopefully he keeps it going. My first home run, it was off of Carl Pavano, but we're talking pre-Twins Carl Pavano, late Yankees Carl Pavano, a home run no less. This was really, really impressive. And what I loved about it was that it was the same pitch that he missed earlier in the game, and he made an adjustment. So I'm really, really pleased with what I've seen from him. And he slots sort of perfectly in that order. He runs pretty well. I like him at the top of the order, and they need him to stay there. So it's really a huge positive for them.
Hey, Fernando, tell us about Joe Maddon and what he demands of his players here. In a 10-1 game, we were talking about this. You've got Contreras hustling down the line. Rizzo almost beats Blevins to the base at first. They're advancing on a wild pitch. You're seeing things that normally maybe veteran teams that are down by 9 runs maybe aren't giving quite the same effort. What's Joe telling these guys, or what has he established with that team?
Well, Joe's big thing is that rules shouldn't take the place of character. And I think, Joe doesn't have to tell anybody, hey, play this game as if we're going to win it. He's a realist. You're probably not going to win this game, but two great things. As you were talking, we just saw, well, that's amazing what we're looking at right there. But what we just saw, we saw Jason Hayward. He's having a rough season. This is a guy that they really need to get him going. He doesn't give an at-bat up right there, right? We see that all the time. Late in the game of no consequence, guys are taking pitches that they should hit. They're, taking really, really huge swings, sort of lazy at-bats. You really don't want to give those at-bats up because your at-bats, it's a longer transcript that really has nothing to do with the game. So that last at-bat right there by Jason Hayward, that sets him up for tomorrow. He's got a good feeling going into tomorrow as opposed to a bad one for letting an at-bat go. And he's probably telling, if there's anything that he's telling these guys, it's make sure that you don't pull a hamstring. Play the game hard. Obviously, the Rizzo thing, love to see that. He's trying to leg out an infield hit down, 8 or 9 runs. Lovely. But he's definitely telling guys, make sure that you're not getting hurt out here. The last thing that you want to see, it would just be so demoralizing to have somebody pull a hamstring or something like that, obviously, in a game that has no consequence.
Fernando, what are your thoughts on how long before Dave Martinez is managing somewhere in the major leagues?
Dave Martinez is managing next year for sure. I was waiting for him in the clubhouse all day. He was lifting weights and doing all sorts of things. The amount that he has learned, under Joe Maddon is immense. I'm sure he's had offers, this year. Obviously, last year there are some teams looking at him. I think if the Cubs get it done and they win this year, he's gone absolutely. If they get close, I don't know that he leaves. I think maybe he stays. I think that Davey, some of the things that he has are actually quite similar to Joe. Davey has a really, really great ability to relate to players. Obviously, he was a player. But he also, just like Joe, can manage a whole range of personalities, and he's just a great guy to be around. Sort of your new school manager, not your sort of austere, serious presence that is sort of putting more pressure on the player. This is a guy that he played, more than 10 years in the big leagues. He knows exactly what it takes to be a good player. There are certain things that he expects from all players that he will get. He'll get, players to play hard, but he'll also have a really, really keen understanding of what it is that these guys need to do for the team to win.
Fernando, thank you. We appreciate it.
Of course. See you guys.
See you soon. Fernando Perez. We shift gears and we walk you through this game. Our StatCast recap of what we have seen. Of course, StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. Let's start with the James Loney homer.
Yeah, 41 degrees launch angle. We talked about how high this is. The highest launch angle home run of the season has been 45 degrees, so that's pretty close. A couple of moonshots. Kind of another one right here, 35 degrees. He didn't really hit this that hard for a home run. That's why Hayward came ever so close to being able to get a chance to get that one. High strikeouts. This is what you were talking about all night.
3 in a row for you here, dude.
3 in a row. Perceived velocity 96.7, 95.9. Even if you make contact, it's going to be soft contact.
Chris Bryant launching, leaning on one.
Yeah, this is the one mistake that DeGrom made. That was just a middle fastball. He got all of that, 421 feet. Not even close to being the longest home run of the game that we saw. That's going to be right here, and that's going to be Brandon Nimmo, the longest home run of the year by a Met, beating out Cespedes by 1 foot. First home run of his major league career. I think he's going to remember that one.
This one is for you, Petriello.
Oh, we had to put that in there. Look at that. That's a great play. We've seen Nimmo have a couple.
What's the root efficiency?
What would it say, 95?
95.9.
Yeah. And then, boy, there's so many home runs I can barely even keep them straight. There's the one by Cespedes, and then yet another one by Asdrubal Cabrera. I mean, the ball is just flying out of Citi Field tonight. Not a great night for Jason Hamill. Great night for the Mets.
A great run after a great couple of days. Filoni, it's been a good month. It's been a good move for him. That uniform fits well. What he is doing is effective. I think more than anything, Duke, The most surprising thing, we've always seen him hit beautiful doubles to left center field. He's made a great living doing that, but the slugging percentage, we're not used to seeing it that high.
No, not used to seeing that. Mets will take it, and it's amazing to think he was released out of spring training by Tampa and in AAA with the San Diego Padres, and now doing a very nice job for the Mets at first base. Not only playing, swinging the bat well, but playing really good defense over there as well.
There's the T-shirts, by the way. There's the DeGrom T-shirts. Tacoma's going to bring us each back one. He's going to roll up a cold beverage inside for each one of us as well.
I think they were using them as umbrellas earlier tonight.
They were. I think they were. Cahill goes back to work. It's been a grind for Alejandro De Aza this season. On base percentage of just .216 this year. It's not that he hasn't done it. I mean, those of you that follow this game closely know that he has, and he has done it very well on occasion. A couple of years ago, he went 2 straight years with the White Sox, in which he went .361 on base, .435 slug, was a 5-win player in those 2 years, and hit 13 homers.
You don't want to put too much emphasis on like 105 plate appearances because he has been a successful player. But as Anthony Tacoma mentioned before, you wonder if he's the guy who's going to go when these outfielders come back. He was DFA'd by Baltimore last year. He might be DFA'd by the Mets this year. It's not a great trend.
Mets running out of patience with him, and yeah, I think the hope was he was going to help them off the bench after they got Cespedes, and it has not worked out well. And the other thing about De Aza is he's been more of a second-half type of player. Trying to ride out the first half sometimes isn't easy. Saw it with Baltimore last year, and it looks like it's almost the same exact thing going with the Mets this year. He's had some bad base running mistakes here over the past couple of weeks, and that's not going to fly with Terry Collins.
Change up, missed. Kind of an awkward way to take that pitch, but he reaches anyway. Cahill a little frustrated about missing with that location.
I thought he might have swung, is what the umpire was checking. Cahill certainly was doing it as well. First, I thought it was a foul ball.
I did too.
Couldn't hang on, but.
Is it time for Brandon to hit again? He takes a curveball that's up and away. Brandon Nimmo. We're talking about the end of that changeup. Away. Did look like a foul ball.
Cahill asking. Almost begging. Couldn't get the call.
Great family story. His father, Ron Nimmo, a rancher, worked hard on the land, had a lot of land growing up, had a barn in which his dad put a heater in there and a cage big enough to hit in all the time. And it's the stuff of novels and movies, if in fact he continues to do what he has done. His grandfather in the ranching industry as well, lived in Colorado, a big rodeo family. When he got tall enough and strong enough to put him on a bull, they did. That's where a lot of that strength comes from. You're watching MLB Plus featuring StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services. Gives that one a ride in the left center field. Toward the gap it goes. It's run down out there. But he hit it hard.
Got ahead in the count again. That's the third at bat tonight where he's been ahead in the count. It's ahead 3-0, 3-1. A nice pass and another fastball. Still doesn't have that walk, that elusive first walk, Mike.
That's exactly what I was just looking up to see if he'd had it or not. He does not. 102 miles an hour off the bat. I think he'll take that. But Jay, he's going to have to get a walk at some point, especially because that's kind of what he was known for coming up. Obviously, he can hit 440-foot home runs. That'll help.
102, a launch angle of about 18 and a half.
We should probably take one quick second to acknowledge Seth Lugo. While we were talking to Fernando, made his major league debut, struck out Anthony Rizzo on a slider with such break that I'm pretty sure it hit Rizzo in the foot, which is a pretty nice way to make your first big league appearance.
No, you're exactly right.
Tough way to take a strikeout, swinging at a pitch that ends up hitting you. Rizzo.
Did you see the spin rate on that pitch?
I did not offhand. No, do you have it?
May I?
Sure.
34.84.
Wow. That's almost off the charts.
34.84.
That's Lugo on to Rizzo?
That is Lugo on a swinging strike to get Rizzo. 34.84.
Yeah, if we get a chance to find that pitch and back it up, I don't know if you were watching what Fernando was on. That had movement to it, and Rizzo looked like he had no idea what to do with it.
So, guys, he's talking about the strikeout to end the inning to Rizzo from Seth Lugo. Lugo's a great story, by the way. I mean, you're right. It was a worthwhile interview, and Fernando had some great insights. We had a little space. A lot of times we don't have that kind of space in it's a 10-2 game, so we had some great insights. But I'm glad you brought us back, because this is a guy who was barely drafted out of college after his college jumped from Division I to Division III upon his leaving in Centenary in Louisiana. He was all set to go to work and work as a landman, he said. He was going to go to work and get his geology degree. And he got drafted in the 34th round. Well, now that's his big league debut. You're right. Good job, Mike, in bringing us back to that.
Good job by Seth Lugo and putting up such an interesting spin rate, because now we're going to have to go dig into that one.
He showed a pretty good fastball, 94 miles an hour, slider, curveball, three-pitch mix.
Threw one at 96.5. I don't think he could sit there, but every now and then.
No chance to turn two on that one. Second out of the inning. I think they found it. 3,400. Our StatCast look.
Look at that.
Look
at the movement on that. I mean, I think that did hit Rizzo in the foot, and just no chance on that. Good job by our guys in the studio there, getting that so quickly.
StatCast replay powered by Amazon Web Services. 80.5 miles an hour. Extension of 5.9, so perceived speed less than that, 79.3. So, folks, if you wonder, as that one has popped up to the right side, Hayward bangs hard into the wall. And again, another Cub, when they're getting their brains beat in, trying. I mean, just simply trying.
Well, this is what falls under the category, be careful and not get hurt on that sidewall. Oh, man.
Trying is great, but, knowing the situation is just as good.
Yeah. No, I think that slide was in part to slow down. And the wall jumps up on you quickly. That's a great angle.
Boy, that is one of those difficult plays there. The wall was so close to the foul line. It's a tricky right field to play. Granderson plays it really well. Hayward played that about as well as you could.
You're excited about that breaking ball, aren't you?
I'm extremely excited.
I knew you were. We've lost Mike for the night.
I'm told, as I just asked, that was the second highest spin curveball of the entire season.
Oh, folks, see, this is why you don't go away.
And
you can't leave.
Number one by a pitcher is actually healthy, because the number one was Garrett Richards, who is always our king of spin.
So his curveball compares favorably to Garrett Richards, who has a really nasty curveball.
Well, that particular curveball,
pitch,
we'll have to see if he can continue doing it.
And that's the key, honestly, when you look at guys like that. You see it one time, and now it's up to your organization to see if they can draw it out of him on a consistent basis. Man, you get a hitter like Anthony Rizzo to swing at a pitch that drops and hits his back foot, that gets your attention.
Fastball up, hit hard on the ground, and he does that a lot. He will have a pretty loud exit velocity with a launch angle in the negatives. He hits a lot of hard ground balls.
A pitch away off the plate.
It was a poor pitch, though. I mean, the arm angle, he was below it. It was up.
Definitely up. He hit the ball hard up the middle. It just skipped by the shortstop there.
over 100, 103. StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services, our replay.
Seems like we've seen a lot of James Loney tonight. Every time I look up, he's at the plate. I guess that's what happens when your team puts up 10 runs.
Still a triple shy of the cycle. Homered, doubled, singled, and grounded out.
Mets high for the season runs, I believe, is 12 against the Giants end of April. 3-run homer would do it, but that's not going to happen tonight.
It's been an interesting couple of nights. Power on display, and obviously for Yoenis Cespedes, we've seen him enjoy his run around the bases as well. The slugger who is in all likelihood going to opt out after year one of this 3-year deal. They build the lineup around him, and obviously
That's the third deck. Way back, up towards the sky, gone. Make it another 3. Way back and gone. Oh, another one in the third deck. This is way up there. Back, gone.
Here's Cespedes with the ball very hard last time up. And a drive in the air, forget that. That is way, way out of here. Home run derby style. Into the third deck.
Maybe the longest home run ever hit in Citi Field. Cespedes taking a very slow trot around the bases. Cespedes with his 19th homer of the year.
That's the first ball that's ever gone into that territory in an actual game.
so comparable. And comparable to what we saw a couple of years back. That's what's fun. That's why we pieced that together, and a great job with that look. Reminds us of what it looked like, but that was batting practice pitching. This is big league pitching, and he's dropped that back shoulder a couple of times with some epic blasts.
Yeah, and there is a lesson to be learned from that, where I think a myth for many years was that the harder the pitch comes in, the harder it goes out, right? The pitcher supplies the power. And that was one of the first things we looked at with StatCast last year, was to prove it's not really true. It's about 85% or so of the power is from the hitter. And the best way to illustrate that is the home run derby. Right? Those pitches are 65 miles an hour. No one's throwing 95 miles an hour to get more velocity. It's just not the way it works. And so that was a real interesting thing we were able to show.
Bryant's got 23. Cespedes has 20. Rizzo has 19. Chris Carter homered tonight to straightaway center field. A lot of all-stars on that list, potential all-stars. Lugo fires a strike in there. We're all focused now. We are not interviewing. We are looking at a man with some interesting stuff.
Hoping to see a curveball.
Sure are.
And a little cut to that fastball. We were telling you his story just a bit. Centenary College of Louisiana, 34th round pick in 2011. Tommy Jackson is the scout that stuck by him and found him. There's that curveball.
Good movement on that. I'm reading here from MLBpipeline.com. Look at that. That's pretty close to exactly what it was. This is MLBpipeline.com. It's obviously our prospect has used the number 22 Mets prospect. And what the report was on him, Lugo's curve has a ton of spin and break and serves as an out pitch. But the right-hander doesn't always use it to its fullest potential. But the point is that even in the minor leagues, they could tell how much movement that curve had.
That's got to be more of a weapon that he's going to need to use to stay at the major league level. He's got pitches that he can throw for strikes. A slider, he's got a chance to throw for at least early in the count. And then you can get to that curveball there.
Yeah, that is some serious movement there.
Curveball that missed in that pitch a moment ago. 34.09 spin rate. Really recoils in order to get that break. Not a big follow through. Always surprised with the fastball there. Well, happy July the 2nd to everyone. If you're in the Eastern time zone. A couple of more days away from fireworks. You're that much closer.
3 more hours away from the longest Mets game, rain or delayed game. Actually, I don't know if it was a rain delay plus extra innings or just an extra innings game. Mets versus Braves in Atlanta, Fulton County. Fired off the fireworks 3:30 in the morning. Woke a few people up around the neighborhood there back in the day, back in the 80s. Not quite that bad tonight.
The Rick Camp game, wasn't it?
I believe it was a Rick Camp.
He homered in that game.
Oh, man.
It's a wild, wild game for the Braves. Good fastball. So you're looking for that curveball. You get a fastball with some sink in. That's what happens. That's what happened in Contreras.
Now, for a guy who clearly has some pitches, he was getting lit up at AAA. Now, I know it's Las Vegas and it's, you know, like pitching on the moon, and that's understood. But in 95 AAA innings, he had an ERA of almost 6. And so I think that says that's a guy who has some skill but hasn't quite figured out how to be a pitcher yet, if that makes sense.
How many starts?
He had been starting there. We can tell you real quick.
Real quick, I remind you, though, we're peeking in from our T-Mobile Greater coverage cam from behind home plate while Mike looks that up.
You know, in that league, curveballs are hard to throw. It's like throwing a curveball at Coors Field. Ball feels different, feels like a cue ball. You hear pitchers complain about it a lot.
Yeah, he had been a start. Last year, yeah, 5 games, 5 starts. This year, 19 games, 13 starts in AAA.
Fastball, line drive, base hit left field. Javi Baez has his first hit.
A little two-seamer has run and doesn't have a little sink. At least on that particular pitch, didn't have any sink. See, that's more of a running, kind of a running tailing action in on his hands, and Baez, nice piece of hitting there. Now Lugo up to eat up some innings. They sent Sean Gilmartin out, who was really ineffective the last few days. The perfect situation for Lugo to get as options.
Fastball in.
Looks like he got him.
And he hits Addison Russell.
Well, his task here in this inning is to make sure he finishes the game. Terry does not want to go to another reliever.
You're trying to
He's not going to be happy if he has.
You're trying to make a good first impression on your manager. That is the opposite of the way to do that.
You want to stay at the major league level. Find a way to throw the curveball to the pitcher right here.
Right down the middle to Trevor Cahill. Ten to 2, the Mets lead it. 5 home runs in this game. Most of you, I'm sure, if you're joining us, have read about it, watched part of it, joined us, followed us on game day, keeping up with the game wherever you may be consuming this game. I know we've had fun kind of awaiting the breaks and delays, and we've been rewarded by some fun little moments. This man on the mound is one of them.
Yeah, Seth Lugo is not the name I thought we'd be talking about so much after this.
No.
But this is great. We learned something about a guy I knew almost nothing about, a week ago when we first started hearing his name.
Fastball right down the middle. Cahill actually a little frustrated. That was it. Oh, wow.
Okay, he'll get 2 at bats tonight.
Break the bat over his helmet there.
Wasn't expecting that.
I was going to go Bo Jackson on that bat.
Nice little two-seamer. Gets a lot of the plate. It might fall under the definition of expecting a little too much from yourself at the plate with Mr. Cahill.
High pop-up. This one is over, and it belongs to the Mets. They win it by a score of 10-2. We had some fun moments in the end, certainly. Talking about Seth Lugo and the way he is tracked through StatCast. But this one now part of history, and the first 2 games in this series have gone to the New York Mets. And when you think about these two going back to 2010, it's been dominated by the Cubs. The Mets 15-26 going back to 2010, but a great night for those fans of the Metropolitans. Here's our sights and sounds of this one.
James Loney unloads deep down the line, and it's out of here.